Good morning, Saskatchewan. How are we doing this morning? We're going to start in about 15 minutes, so if you want to find your tables, that would be greatly appreciated. If you want to grab yourself a coffee or a beverage before you come in and get settled in, that would be fantastic. So again, we'll be starting up in 15 minutes. All right, we're going to start in 10 minutes. If you can find your seats, we'll be starting up here in 10 minutes. Good morning once again. If we can find our seats, we're going to be starting the annual convention in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, so please find your seats, get comfortable. We've got lots of information to get to this morning. All right, we're going to start here in about 1 minute. 1 minute. Please find your seats. Let's get comfortable. Let's get the show on the road here in just a moment. 1 minute. Farm safety?
Farm safety.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and Earl, you can give them the rundown. Give them the two lines and you can say them.
Okay, it is Canadian Agricultural Safety Week,
Okay.
which means we promote sustainable farms are safe and healthy farms.
Okay. Is that like the old farms? Remember the old farm safety program that people used, like high school kids would participate
Yeah,
in?
well, I mean, farm safety is not new, right?
No.
We still have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Because we get busy.
Yeah.
And you're in a rush.
Yeah.
And you're just, I did this yesterday. It'll be fine. And today, not so fine.
So Canadian Agricultural Safety Week. Okay, I'll mention that.
You can keep that.
Yeah.
And tell people, go to the Ag Health and Safety Network and you can get your ribbon because we've got lots of them.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll mention.
Thank you for wearing it.
Okay, Cody, we're ready for you to start.
Well, good morning, Saskatchewan. Good morning, RM delegates. How are we doing today? Welcome to the Queensbury Centre and welcome to the annual SARM convention. Great to see everybody here, and for those of you still coming in, please come in. Let's find your seats. We're going to get the convention started here. We've got a lot to cover here over the next little while. My name is Cody Glyden from 620 CKRM. I'll be the MC for the rest of the convention. I'm representing a little-known rural municipality, the RM of number 620. It's downtown Regina. Sometimes forgotten about. I'm going to take the advice of Rusty Dean, who used to MC this many years, well, I shouldn't say many years ago, but a couple of years ago, and she said, don't be too witty, don't be too intelligent, just be yourself, Cody. You'll be fine. I want to say a great big thank you to CIBC for sponsoring. I have a sponsor, can you believe that? They're sponsoring the host this year, which happens to be me, so if I screw up, do not take your accounts out of CIBC. Please continue to stay with CIBC. That would be terrific. We have some fun events happening outside of the convention at Rebellion Brewery and the RCMP Heritage Center, which I'm going to talk more about later on. And just a quick note, make sure you mute your cell phones. So if you could turn your cell phones off, that would be great. I know you probably have some pressing matters, but they're going to have to hold for just a little bit. So if you can mute your cell phones right now, that would be terrific. Man, you guys are doing great. You're hanging on every word so far, and it's only 30 seconds in. This is good. At this time, I would like to introduce our SARM board members who will take to the stage right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our SARM board members. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to rise for the entrance of the platform party, followed by His Honor, the Honorable Russ Morasti, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan, and Her Honor, Donna Morasti. Following the entrance, Please remain standing for the vice-regal salute. The salute includes portions of God Save the King and O Canada. Keep in mind that the salute is played, it is not sung. And following the vice-regal salute, I'll ask you to join in singing our national anthem. There is going to be, if you're able to rise, please do so, and you're going to have to rise for some time too. So if you're able to, please rise for the Honorable Russ Morasti, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan, and Her Honor, Donna Morasti. Please remain standing. We at SARM acknowledge that Regina is situated on Treaty 4 territory, the traditional lands and gathering place of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. And we make this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation and declaration of our commitment to respect and honor the long and vibrant history of Indigenous peoples. We hope this recognition will also inspire the members we represent to do the same, so that we can show what is possible when partners work together in the spirit of reconciliation. At this time, we'd also like to take a moment to express our immense gratitude for this opportunity to gather here together as neighbors, members, and advocates and champions of rural Saskatchewan. We hope that in addition to seeking your own answers, you will compassionately listen to, learn from, and inspire each other to imagine what is possible when we all come together to amplify the voice of rural Saskatchewan. Thank you. I ask you to continue in standing as we welcome the members of the Greenall High School Senior Band from Greenall High School in Balgony in the RM of Edenwold under the direction of Miss Caitlin Redding. Thank you, students, and Miss Redding, well done. Now, you'll see on the screen to the left and right of the stage a slide that allows us to take a brief pause in our agenda to remember those who have dedicated time to serve our rural municipalities. Today, we respectfully acknowledge that we are on Treaty 4 territory and the traditional lands of First Nations and Métis people. We would like to welcome Elder Harvey Thunderchild to open our convention with good intentions and to honor the culture and history of the area. He's a member of the Thunderchild Cree Nation, 90 kilometers north of North Battleford. Born and raised in the community by elders, Harvey is a great-great-grandson of Chief Thunderchild, who signed Treaty 6 in 1879. A tobacco offering has been made to Elder Harvey Thunderchild for being here today. We very much appreciate your time and are honored that you could be with us today.
Haptamanigan. Ngananas kumon. Stema we pe migo yan ka pe wichi tasa ka pe yote na mano ma maopun. Eksemana ne mo so megi besit. Ka ne hio pix ko ne guni gan ka pachitan. Ka pix khata chikai sinuak. E goma ma ya egi migosia. Ne hio pix ko ka mamsi watama. Magete gols moyotsto. Mamotaima, Pokaga Simuano Tanswa Magavita Mav, Muenstuta, Giwamota, Capitutaman. A baby Squestamagi and Gueski Guacamupike, Guesca Simuchik. Tan says he's noted at the sketch we store, is which is Ochik. Maga, Mamotaimo, a government tomata, they be Actamagi Towing. Moyotsto, Pokaga Simua, Muenstutamak. Good morning, membership of Parliament, all honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be given the background to come and do an opening for a prestigious event, SARM. And I think of my grandfather always used to tell me, all my uncles and my father, when you're asked to do something, always speak in your language first. First and foremost, to acknowledge the Creator for the days that He's given us, to be here, to congregate, to discuss things that you want to achieve, things that you are searching for. As an Indigenous man, I follow my culture. I follow two worlds, traditional culture and the modern world today. And I think of all the things that we do as individuals and the pursuance, the things we do to make sure we live in a better world today. And I think of, and I do this quite a bit. I work for University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. And when I'm called upon to do things like this, I'm very honored. And I think of, we all have visions. We all have certain things to do to achieve our goals. In the creation of SARM, 1905, and I think building this organization to where it's at today is something that you've achieved, something that you have passions with. And I'm honored to sit with Minister Marassi, a good friend of mine from a while back. We go a long ways. And I think of all the things we do, you know, I advocate for Indigenous people in education, in health, more so in health. And I think of being a participant. I've worked across Canada and the United States in the last 40 years. And I think that's given me a lot of experience to address and talk about issues. I ran into a few colleagues of mine just a few minutes ago, talking about what's missing in our communities. Where is our Indigenous spokespeople within SARM? We need more participation. We need more partnerships, to understand what it is that we're trying to achieve. In order to do that, we all have to work together, not work against each other. And this is the thing that I came here to do, is to ask the Creator to help us understand what it is that we're striving for, what it is that we're trying to achieve. With that, I'm going to speak in my language because that's the first language I was taught to pray. And it's Temao. This is the thing that we acknowledge our Creator with, is tobacco. Things that we were taught ever since we were kids. And I had great teachers all my life. Ojibwe people, Soto people, Lakota and Dakota, who I've worked with across Canada in different parts of the States and Canada. You can pray the way you want to pray. Follow me the way you know how. How mama o tauimo. How ste magi be mi go yanista. Ka be pix questa magian. A questa simun kap magoteo. We start to score so that I see any more. We said in Swam na nagawit up mile. O makiwa mam skutama. Ego me miasik. Kamamo pe ko pix kotami. Ego I notento. Ego mo guys in the tamatanis mamo taimo. Pix ko es kap magoteo. Ega nato po te tsun kap magoteo. Gesin stutato. We tap matsago to kakio and swamak mamo taimo. We staw it to no take skate dance get to squad signe here. Maga we staw gan tutak taskus ninan. Kaya seksi gipi tutabak wako magantik. Egi mausok auto chiki tuta sigin swamna the dance no te tuta. And notes one gets so get to go at it. Maga woman is an ebenudin get a cantutama. And Totagoya and Senotis of Matsia and Eastern Agis of Paita and Taskinan. Ego moment is taking me goes and Mamo Taimok and the Tamanki will see so maki will come up. Ego Nato Yamao eats etochick. Magan and Nascom and Joa Magotavista Mopchick. Nistan and Nascom Negi Pentum go and go Pepix Questamaga and a woman of my own. How examine Mamo Taimo. So I said to get not to Mescanagi tag on the Scotena, no pig Scotena. Magatepi Nagatoga, the Chogota is in no go to Mamma Opchik. Quesca pig skog. Mr. Hilma. Mr. Hilma Guy Motagi. Dancegis, Wistagis, Itotagis, with Isojik. A Ramba Depi any state in the Tabata, Mamma Italian. So I ski Tom Tap, Exam. We are sent to Tawin, Exam. Oh, thank you.
You may be seated, and for those of you who are in the back, please come on in now, please. Thank you. Now, some of you may be wondering what this gold ribbon is that I'm wearing on my lapel here. It is Canadian Agriculture Safety Week. And as seeding approaches, I know many of you are thinking ahead to the seeding season already. Just a reminder, whether it's seeding or spraying or haying or harvest, just to slow down, take a breath, and be safe on the farm. That's what this is all about here today. And thank you, Elder Thunderchild. Now, delegates, you can be seated. It's time to welcome our board members. And as I call your name here for the board members, please stand and rise. First off, President Ray Orb, RM of QPAR, number 218, and spouse Val Orb. Vice President Bill Huber, RM of Lipton, number 217. Division 1 Director Bob Moulding, RM of Abernethy, number 186. Division 2 Director Cody Jordison, RM of Lumsden, number 189, and his wife Crystal Jordison. Division 3 Director Larry Grant, RM of Val Marie, number 17, and spouse Sherry Grant. Division 4 Director Myron Kopek, RM of Buchanan, number 304. Division 5 Director Judy Harwood, RM of Corman Park, number 344. Division 6 Director Darwin Whitfield, RM of Oakdale, number 320, and spouse Michelle Whitfield. Ex officio Director Guy Legranger, RM of Redburn, number 130. And Executive Director Jay Meyer with spouse Janelle Wickstrom. We'll be seeing and hearing from our board many times throughout the next few days, and I direct your attention to the screens on either side here to welcome and acknowledge the many fraternal guests for attending. Thank you for being here. Now, we're going to get to some of the housekeeping for the convention here. If you gentlemen want to sit down, you're more than welcome to. And you can follow along on the screens beside me too. Emergency exits, of course, just out the way and to your right. SARM encourages and respects our delegates and guests. Please feel free to take any precautions that you're comfortable with while attending the convention, and just be respectful and understanding of others' decisions. I think you know this one, but it's a good reminder. When it comes to ball caps or hats of any sort, we ask that they be removed in the convention hall and sessions. Name badges must be worn at all times in the venue. Security will be Security will be monitoring? Wow, you take name badges pretty seriously. Wow. Better turn mine over here. There we go. Personal items in the convention hall. Do not leave personal items in the hall here overnight. It will be cleaned, and many of these personal items may not be there when you return. So just an FYI about that. Lunch is going to be served in the foyer, and once we adjourn for the morning, instructions will be given on lining up for lunch. I want to remind you about the convention app as well. The mobile app is free to download. The app will provide all convention details as well as additional resource documents and networking features. If you have not already downloaded the app, you can do that through the App Store, and on your smartphone or device, just search SARM. That's S-A-R-M. The SARM Challenge is happening again this year, and if you visit the SARM Challenge menu on the convention app, there is a list of challenges that can be done during the convention, and as you complete the challenges, you'll earn points. Winners will be announced at the end of the convention, and a great big thank you to our sponsor for the SARM convention this year, EcoPest. A big round of applause for EcoPest. Speaking of social media, you can follow us at SARM_voice on Twitter, or I guess it's called X. I don't know anybody who calls it X yet. It's still Twitter. SARM Voice on Facebook, or SARM-Voice on LinkedIn for the day-to-day happenings within the association. During the convention, we will be live posting as well, and if you are tweeting about the convention this week, just use the hashtag SARMAnnual2024. Hashtag SARMAnnual2024. Thank you to the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers for sponsoring our convention social media. A big round of applause for CAP. The trade show is back again this year, and what a trade show it is. Hands up, how many accidentally bought a road grader and haven't told the CAO yet? No hands have gone up. You're not going to admit that anyway, right? Lots of exhibitors there this year, 187 exhibitors. The trade show runs from 8 till 5 Wednesday, 8 till 3 on Thursday. Now, when it comes to the draws, the winners of the trade show draws will be posted on the draw boards in the trade show area by noon on Thursday. You can pick up your prizes by taking your trade show winner's card directly to the exhibitor from which you won. Thank you to the event sponsors, the convention sponsors. We couldn't do it without them. You're going to notice the sponsor slides on the screens during the breaks, as well as the convention guide and on the app. We appreciate their generous support for that. A big round of applause for all of our sponsors. We're just about through the announcements. We've only got 18 more to go. When it comes to voting, each RM is allowed 2 more voting delegations who are given electronic voting devices at the registration desk. That electronic voting device can be used to vote on resolutions and elections. Be sure not to lose that device, and remember to bring it with you each day of the convention. A charge will be applied to any device that is not returned. And a great big thank you to SaskTel for sponsoring the voting devices. There will be a voting device test tomorrow morning before the resolutions session. When it comes to the elections, pursuant to the SARM bylaws, the deadline for nominations for the SARM division directors was 5 p.m. February 16th, 2024. This date is 35 days prior to the date of the election. And congratulations to the following SARM board members who were acclaimed for the next 2 years. Bob Moulding, Division 1 Director. And Blair Cummings, Division 5 Director, replacing Judy Harwood. And a fond farewell and a thank you to Judy Harwood for all the work that you've done on SARM. You're going to be missed. Division 3 will see an election that will be held on Friday, February 15th, 9 a.m. in the meeting room number 3. There are 3 nominees for the position in each division. These include Larry Grant, incumbent from the RM of Val Marie, number 17. Mark Hughes from the RM of Myrie Creek, number 229, and Darren Steinley from the RM of Excelsior, number 166. In order to vote in these elections, you'll have to be designated as a voting delegate in your RM, and in order to identify yourself as a voting delegate, bring your voting device to the divisional meeting. Further voting instructions will be given at the meeting. Now, I'm really excited to tell you about the networking breakfast. This is exciting. They've got a fantastic prize here this year that they're going to be giving away. It's sponsored by our friends at CoreTech. That's Friday morning at 8 o'clock, and you should receive a ticket when you registered for that. If you did not, make sure you double check. You want a ticket for this because here are some of the prizes. They're going to be giving away one of those Yeti coolers, actually I think a couple of those Yeti coolers, but just found out yesterday that they are giving away a trip for 2 to Cabo for 1 week. It's a fishing trip. A trip for 2 to Cabo, 1 week fishing trip. Doesn't that sound fantastic? So make sure you grab your ticket for that one. We're also going to be selling 50-50 tickets on behalf of STARS. All the proceeds going to STARS. 1 for $5, 4 for $10. They're available for purchase at the registration table in the foyer. As soon as you walk in, you'll see STARS there. And your ticket must be in the room when we make the draw to win. That draw is going to take place Friday morning, 11:45, following the STARS presentation. And of course, there is the bitter end raffle draw. This will be happening at 11:45 on Friday morning as well. Each delegate who had the QR code on their name badge scanned when they arrived will be entered to win. A draw will be made for 2 Regina-based staycation prizes, each worth $750. For prize details, just go to the convention app. You can get it all over there. And you must be in the room when we make that draw to win. A great big thank you to the Regina Hotel Association for sponsoring the raffle prizes there. Okay, let's go through that one more time. No. We're going to get to the addresses right now, and it is once again great to be here in our annual convention here in Regina. And it's so great that the Mayor of Regina, Sandra Masters, can join us to bring greetings on behalf of the city. Mayor Masters has called Regina home for over 23 years. She understands the potential Regina has and envisions a Queen City that is vibrant, competitive, inclusive, sustainable, and safe. Her personal mantra, show up and work hard. She is passionately and energetically optimistic about Regina's future and the outstanding people who choose to call Regina home. Please, a warm welcome for the Mayor of Regina, Sandra Masters.
Thank you very much. I was just commenting on how much I hate that introduction, but thanks. All the same. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Elder, for the opening. Deeply appreciate it. To your honors, Minister McMorris, MLAs, dignitaries, and to the board. I just, on behalf of my City Council colleagues, as well as the City of Regina, I just want to thank you for the privilege of joining you and welcome you to the City of Regina, this biannual event that occurs every other year in the City of Regina. We deeply appreciate your being here, hosting, and the ability to connect, and for you to participate and enjoy our city. You know, for over a century, I was reflecting on this, for over a century, Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities has been advocating for, championing, being the champion for rural Saskatchewan with government, with your members, and we also share the challenges and opportunities of serving your community members. I think that my uncle, my dad's younger brother, my dad's been gone a number of years now, but my dad's younger brother was the reeve of the arm of Wood Creek, I think, out of Simpson, Saskatchewan for years and years. And I can remember going out and camping in his yard, and at all hours, there would be someone showing up that needed help or needed to have a conversation. And I suspect you all experience something of the same sort. So in the city this week, we ordered some really nice weather for you. You're welcome, it's not minus 30. But you should know that we are not unaware of the significant contribution that rural Saskatchewan has to our economy here. So our formal rain dances will start in about a couple, days to bring the rain on for the next, 4 or 5 weeks before seeding. That would be a good thing. I think your role, though, as a connector, and that's what this conference is about connecting with each other, advocating for shared needs, shared opportunities, shared challenges. But your role as a connector isn't just amongst rural Saskatchewan, it's also with urban Saskatchewan. There's not a city in this province or a town in this province that doesn't rely upon you and your residents for our own vibrancy. I will tell you that in terms of advocacy, and a thanks to you, Ray Orb, because when there was a challenge to our NavCan tower here at the airport, SARM was there for us, advocating for the importance of a major airport in southern Saskatchewan. And it's other things that when we host events, when we host Canadian Western Agribition or Canada's Farm Show or the Briar, I'm hoping maybe some of you just stayed from the weekend where Saskatchewan had such a great showing. But you show up and you're here, you're representing our collective interest in agribusiness, in oil and gas, in renewable energy, in life and vibrancy and all the things that we have to do. I think that your members support our hospital foundations because we are a medical center, our hospital foundations, our Ronald McDonald House. You support our businesses, our events. And to that, we are deeply grateful for you. We are deeply grateful for the relationship and the support. And I think we share the advocacy for we always like more money, don't we? Yeah, there we go. I always like more money. So I just want to thank the Saskatchewan Association of Municipalities for your commitment on behalf of communities you serve, your efforts in working towards improving the well-being and sustainability of rural areas. I think your dedication to ensuring members are represented and well-versed in government relations and legislation, it's important. And sometimes it seems boring, but it's vitally important to understand how things work. And just to the numerous sponsors and volunteers, we know these events don't come off without a whole bunch of people pulling on ropes behind the scenes. So to the volunteers, I always say we have the best in the country here in the province of Saskatchewan. We punch above our weight because of volunteers and folks and organizations like this. I wish you all the success in this year's convention. I hope you have incredibly productive meetings, networking and learning. Please enjoy the trade shows. These folks all depend upon us to stop by and make those connections for potential business. Please enjoy the rest of the week, enjoy the weather, and enjoy each other. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. As we move through our program, we're going to welcome a familiar face to the SARM conventions, the Minister of Government Relations, Don McMorris. Now, Don McMorris was raised in southern Saskatchewan's Indian Head Milestone constituency. He maintains strong connections to the communities and the people of the area. Graduated from Milestone High School, later worked with the Prairie View School Division and managed the family farm in the Louvain area. Then he got into politics. He was elected to the legislature as MLA for Indian Head Milestone in 1999 and has been re-elected in 2003, 7, 11, 16, and 20 provincial elections. He has served Saskatchewan as Deputy Premier, Minister of Health, and Minister of Highways and Infrastructure. He's also served as Minister of Crown Investments, Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Government Insurance, Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Authority, Public Service Commission, and the Lean Initiative. And on November 9th of 2020, Premier Scott Moe appointed Don as the Minister of Government Relations, Minister responsible for First Nations, Métis, and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Provincial Capital Commission. A warm welcome for Don McMorris.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm a little bit like the mayor. That goes on way too long. My father-in-law once said to me, I remember I was at a convention and somebody was introduced and they had a very long preamble of all that they had done. And my father-in-law said, anybody that had to do that many things mustn't have been very good at any of them. So I've always kept that in my mind when it goes on and on and on. I mustn't have been very good at any of them, and that's why they kept moving me. But anyway, it's great to be here. Thank you, Elder Thunderchild, for your wise words and your prayer to start us off in a good way. We really appreciate that. It's absolutely great to be here on behalf of Premier Scott Moe and the Government of Saskatchewan as we gather here in Regina on Treaty 4 territory, the traditional and ancestral lands of the Plains Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and homeland of the Métis. Hard to believe, 119 years this convention has been going on, and I hate to say that I think I've been at almost not quite a quarter of them, but this is my 25th, which is really hard to believe. And I know when I look around the crowd and I see so many familiar faces, some have been here for many, many more years than that, and some are certainly newer. I just wanted to say, and the mayor had to run to committee, but what a busy week this has been in Regina with the Briar, of course, for 10 days, ending on Sunday, and then SARM delegates coming into Regina on Wednesday for 3 or 4 days. The hospitality industry in this city has got to be booming, and very, very, very thankful. And I also wanted to recognize the mayor and then extend to, not only did she have a busy week with the Briar and then SARM, but she also mentioned last week that she would be running again, which congratulations on that. But I wanted to extend that to all of you that are in this room that are thinking about running again in the November elections, councillors and reeves. It's not an easy job to put your name on a ballot, and I just want to thank you that some have been on the ballot for many more terms than I have been, and I have been 7, which seems to be way more than enough, or some of the newly elected, and the jobs that you do within your communities and how important that is, and how important it is for us as a provincial government to have that representation. You know, they say each level of government is closer to the voter, and I truly believe that. You are representing your neighbors and your friends, and that isn't always the easiest. Certainly I know a lot of people in the constituency of Indian Head Milestone, but not to the extent that you do on councils, RM councils, as far as councillors, reeves, mayors, and town and village councillors. So for those that are going to be putting their name forward again, thank you very much. That job is immensely important for the betterment of our province and the growth of our province. And for those that are not, such as myself, thank you very much for the years of experience that you've put in to make your communities, be it a rural municipality or town or village city, a better place to live in. We really do thank you for that. I was thinking about what to say today, and I don't know how many minutes I was given, except I see I've got like 1 minute and 46 in this clock, and I'm not going to be anywhere close to that. But I was thinking about what to say, and you know, next week, on a week from today, is budget, so I can't talk about anything that's in the budget coming up. And tomorrow the Premier speaks at 1 o'clock, and he's got a couple of announcements, so I can't speak about that. So thank you very much for having me. There are, yeah, somebody's clapping already. That was supposed to be a joke. There are a couple things I want to talk about. I want to quickly talk about the Targeted Sector Support Program that some of the municipalities here are involved in, and I'd encourage all of you to have a look at that program as we move forward. I want to talk briefly on the ISIP program, and then a couple issues on programs that have been in place that I don't think we should take for granted, and then perhaps a little bit on the future, what Saskatchewan looks like into the future. And I'm going to get all that done in 50 seconds, apparently. Regarding the Targeted Sector Support. Targeted Sector Support is a $1.5 million program that comes from municipal revenue sharing. It's taken off the top, right off the bat, and goes to municipalities that want to work with other municipalities, be it urban, rural, or First Nations, on, as was talked about, connection and cooperation within the municipal sector. This year, the first intake has been adjudicated, and last month the TSS initiative announced more than $800,000 of funding to various important projects. Of the 17 projects that were accepted, 9 will be going to rural municipalities, such as the RM of I Hill receiving more than $93,000 for their Northwest Saskatchewan Municipal Engineering and Asset Management Platform project, along with partners in the RM of Turtle River, Hillsdale, Peyton, and Kindersley. So that's just one example. If your RM was not successful in the last intake, I'd ask you to please reapply. The intake will be coming up again shortly. Follow along with the SARM newsletter, and it will certainly talk about the intake. The other area is the I'm going to flip through the pages really quick here, is the ISIP program. You know, infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. That's what we're about in municipalities, and certainly that's a big part of what we've been about in government. Unfortunately, the ISIP program is sunset, and we have been lobbying the government. It should have gone for a couple more years, but there are so many projects and needs around the province that we put money in, and so we were done a couple years early, as most provinces are in Canada. So we've been lobbying the federal government to look at another iteration of ISIP, because it is an extremely important project when you can have 3 levels of government, the federal government, provincial government, and municipal governments, dealing with the infrastructure deficit that we're facing in this province. And it has been a very, very valuable program. Just 2 weeks ago, our ministry announced that $51 million for more than 30 projects related to water projects, including the RM of Milton and the RM of Livingston, were announced, and how important those programs are. And today I'm pleased to announce that another 12 Saskatchewan RMs will benefit from a combination investment of more than $8.3 million from the federal government, provincial government, along with those municipalities for various bridges, culverts, projects, and how important those projects are. If you have any chance to lobby the federal government in the future, please lobby them for more ISIP money that has few strings attached, so it can target the issues and the areas that you need addressed within your municipality. Extremely important. I know it certainly has at different levels. I think your organization, as well as SUMA, has put that message forward. I know I certainly have any time that I've had an audience with the minister. 2 areas that I think we just really want to touch on really briefly is the municipal revenue sharing, and what a program that is in Saskatchewan, unique to Saskatchewan. In fact, FCM, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, had a conference just not too long ago, and one of their main subject matters was the municipal revenue sharing that we do in Saskatchewan that is not matched anywhere else in Canada. And it's a program that is extremely, extremely important because there are very few strings attached. It goes out to municipalities across the province and to all municipalities across the province, and helps you with your infrastructure needs and or operational needs. So extremely important program. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, there was a bit of a reduction in the funding in municipal revenue sharing because of the pandemic, and a few organizations or a few maybe individuals were complaining that we should never have it drop. The whole point of the program is when revenue in the province is increasing, we all benefit. And if it drops, which it did for the pandemic, some $3 million, we all share in that negative amount. I want to tell you, and I'm not going to steal any thunder from the Premier, but I said 3 or 4 years ago, if you want to agree, we'll just freeze the funding at the year previous, so there is no drop for the next 5 years, and then we'll take the upside, because we were pretty positive on what this province is going to do. Nobody agreed. It's a good thing, and the announcement tomorrow on what revenue sharing will be for you, all municipalities, is a very, very strong message. It's a message about growth in this province. PST does not increase when there's a decline in the economy. PST increases when there's growth in this province, and that's what we've seen over the last number of years, and a model for the rest of the country. Second piece I want to talk about that I don't think we should take for granted. I've been elected for 25 years. When I first was elected, my first job was to go to tax revolt after tax revolt across this province because of the PST and the way, not the PST, because of the education property tax and the way education was funded in this province. We don't have to go back very many years when you look at education being funded 60% off of property tax and 40% off of government. I'm proud to say that that is exactly flipped. This year, education will be funded 60% for the provincial government and only 40% on a stable education property tax mill rate. In fact, in 15 years, that education property tax mill rate has only been adjusted twice. So people within the province have stability on the property tax. It certainly wasn't there after. And the reason I bring that up is certainly there's lots of media around the dispute between the Teachers Federation and government, but there has been some inkling and people talking about maybe we should start allowing school divisions to increase education property tax, and we don't think, as a government, that is a good thing, because I'll guarantee we'll be back into tax revolt after tax revolt. And just in closing, real quickly, you know, I was mentioned, grew up in a small town of Louvain, a hamlet, not town, it's a hamlet. I've learned a lot since I've been in municipal affairs. I always thought I was from a town, but I'm from a hamlet in the RM of Scott. I farmed in the RM of Lord George most of my life, and there has been so many changes. My dad was a grain buyer in Louvain for the parish in Heimbecker. That rail line is closed. Those elevators are gone. Most of those towns have, I come from a ghost town now, not another person lives in it. The change in farming practices, change in grain handling, delivery points, the change in farming is substantial. I look at where we farmed, and I remember the councillors that represented our area, and the challenges moving forward. This is the piece that I just want to kind of leave with you to think about. Whether those changes in the past have been good or bad, they're the reality of where we are today, and there'll be more changes into the future. And I just want you to think, and I'm not suggesting one thing or another, but can our governance keep up with those changes? And I want you to think about that as we go into municipal elections, and if there are districts, divisions I should say, that aren't represented. How do we solve that problem? The solution is not with me or any of our MLAs. The solution is in this room with councillors, reeves, and administrators. Please think of that in the future, and we'd love to know any solutions that you have on the governance, keeping up with the change of pace in rural Saskatchewan. Thank you very much.
Shorter intros next year. Got it. Good, thank you. It is with great excitement that, and my pleasure to welcome the Lieutenant Governor on stage to recognize an individual who has given our province outstanding service. It is awarded, oh, before we get into that, you can exit the stage. You're allowed to exit the stage now. Oh, okay, go ahead. Yep.
Do you have time? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
We always have time for you, Ray.
No, that's not a problem at all. Just on the agenda, I was supposed to give my address, and then we'll have the Lieutenant Governor on the stage after that. So we're going to follow protocol here. So Yeah, you know what? Years gone by. I can't believe this. Good day to everyone, and thank you all for being here today. I am Ray Orb. I realized it this morning when I got up, and so it's a privilege, as usual, to address you all today as on behalf of SARM. And so as I stand here today looking out at this room of members and guests, well, I see more than an audience. You know, I see a community. That's really important. To me, a community is so much more than a bunch of people that have common interests, that are living down the road from each other, like we are today. I see a community. It's a place we can collectively do more and be more and have the kind of conversations that lead to positive change. Important conversations, the kind where listening is as important as talking. I learned that from my wife, actually. And where learning and sharing opinions can happen respectfully, because it's during those conversations that we begin to discover what's truly possible when we all work together. That strength of community and pride in rural Saskatchewan is something I take with me wherever I go. Knowing what you care about informs everything that we do. Every program we offer, everything we change to lobby for, every infrastructure we build up, and every barrier we try to break down. As the voice of rural Saskatchewan for more than a century, SARM has spoken strongly and clearly to represent your interests to senior levels of government. And with this being a provincial election year, we plan to speak louder and clearer than ever about meeting the needs of our RIMs. They're caretakers of the health, the work ethic, and the future of rural Saskatchewan. Every family in this province is feeling the pinch in their household budgets. The cost of food and fuel have been hit hard with inflation. Producers are hurting, and in turn, consumers are too. Saskatchewan has long been a safe, self-sustainable province, meaning we utilize everything we produce and see it on our kitchen tables. That's why now more than ever, it's time to clearly unify our goals so that we can keep building healthy, sustainable, and safe communities. To do that, we need the commitment of government support, both provincially and federally. Support to reduce the impacts of inflation, what makes it harder to get loans, diminishes our purchasing power, and creates a barrier for new farmers to enter the industry. Support to figure out how to reduce nitrogen emissions while still increasing agriculture exports from 55 to 85 billion a year. Support to deal with ineffective policies that insist that agriculture producers find solutions to reduce their carbon footprint, even though the technology required to convert an entire farming operation to renewable energy doesn't yet exist. And support shouldering record high inflation-fueled price hikes for gas, fertilizer, and herbicides, expenses that have a path towards unsustainable agriculture, lower production, and food insecurity. Also, we'll be spending this year advocating for changes to our health care in rural Saskatchewan, and we recognize that the issues surrounding the recruitment and retention of healthcare workers are not unique to Saskatchewan. And though we appreciate the province's progress on the HHR action plan, the reality is rural residents still travel farther, wait longer, and incur more personal expenses just to access the health care that they need. We want that to change. We want our rural families to feel less burdened from traveling long distances for medical care, not only to see a specialist, but for basic family medicine. We want to encourage young families to put down rural routes across the province without having to worry if their local hospital is going to close or to have the staff and infrastructure it needs. And most adamantly, we want the government to recognize that nurse practitioners are vital to those solutions, and that's why we're calling for government to not only utilize our qualified nurse practitioners, but also to reinstate, to grow your own nurse practitioner program. And instead of recruiting, we need to see our government implement changes that make it easier for nurse practitioners who live right here to also work right here. Simply put, we want to be part of the healthcare conversation so that all Saskatchewan residents can receive care they deserve, regardless of where they live. Another issue is Bridge, RG funding is also high on our priority list, and that's because 60% of the bridge structures that ARMs are responsible for are at or beyond their expected service lifespan and must be replaced to avoid safety hazards or disrupting the transportation of goods to market. So the Rural Integrated Roads for Growth program provides funding for ARMs to support these costs. But that funding has been reduced over the years from 25 million to 15 million. Even though the impact of that reduction has been offset in recent years by stimulus funding, that resource is now fully depleted. As you know too well, RMs simply don't have the means to generate enough dollars through municipal taxes or revenue sharing to cover the sheer volume of investment required outside of government support, and they shouldn't have to. It's not as if Saskatchewan's rural roads and bridges are just the paths that connect the neighbors to each other. They move the commodities that we proudly share with the world. That's why current and future funding gaps must be closed by the province to prevent additional deterioration of Saskatchewan's road network. And we'll be asking for that support through increased funding to the RIRG program. The final thoughts I want to leave you with today about rural crime and policing. On the pyramid of basic human needs, the need to feel safe and secure rates alongside the need for shelter, food, and water. Without that feeling of safety, those living and working in rural Saskatchewan simply won't reach their full potential. It's why Saskatchewan's need for access to reliable and affordable policing is critical. So regarding the RCMP, we know there are challenges in the number of officers available in the province at any given time, and the RCMP has been very public in requesting additional funding from the province, and SARM agrees that the solution lies with the province and the RCMP working together to solve the barriers that keep officers from spending more time serving local communities, the cost of which must remain with the province, not RRMs. With enrollment at depot having increased and Assistant Commissioner Blackmore's commitment to focusing on attraction and retention in Saskatchewan, we are optimistic about future outcomes. Despite all of these challenges, SARM remains hopeful that our governments can and will work together to find pragmatic solutions that encourage positive change. I just believe strongly that your commitment to each other and this province will keep us one step closer to that. I just had one other thing I wanted to mention today. It's kind of a special announcement, I guess. 10 years ago, we entered a new era of leadership at SARM when our Executive Director, Jay Meyer, joined the conversation. He joined the association at the same time. Over the last decade, Jay has worked tirelessly to grow and expand the capacity of our organization. From moving the needle on important advocacy issues with all levels of government to increasing SARM's capacity internally to continue to meet the changing needs of our members. Under Jay's leadership, SARM has achieved new heights and is well positioned for the future. A future which I'm excited to share with you today will be led by Laurel Felton. Laurel will be SARM's next Executive Director, officially starting. Laurel, do you want to start up? So Laurel will be officially starting in her new capacity on December 1st of this year, okay? Over the next several months, Jay and Laurel will continue to work together to prepare for this transition. Laurel has been a constant at SARM for the last 20 years, and she has held roles in policy, communications, programs, and numerous others. Her experience and knowledge of where SARM has been will be fundamental as she leads SARM into the future. You know what, I'm going to ask you one more time to thank both Laurel and Jay for their contribution to SARM. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, President Ray Orb of SARM. Now the SARM board members may exit the stage as we move on to the next portion of our opening program here today. And just a reminder, too, we have a number of chairs that have been turned up. There should be enough chairs for everybody, and we want to try and keep the back open if we can here for the chairs. That's for other people. So if we can try and get some of those folks to come to these chairs, the chairs should not be flipped over. So if we can get these chairs filled with the folks from the back, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. Now, at this time, it is my pleasure to welcome the Lieutenant Governor on stage to recognize an individual who has given our province outstanding service. It is awarded to a reeve, a counselor, or administrator for his or her lifetime contribution. Russ Morasti became Saskatchewan's 23rd Lieutenant Governor on July of 2019. He is the first Indigenous person to serve in this role. Born and raised in La Ronge, his honor is a member of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band and is fluent in Cree. He joined the RCMP in 1976 and was posted to 7 provinces, performed duties in every province and territory, and participated in an exchange with the Northern Territory Police Service of Australia. Following his retirement from the RCMP, Mr. Morasti helped to lead educational initiatives and served on several boards to reduce poverty and promote community safety. Please welcome the Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan, Russ Morasti.
Well, Minister McMorris, Mayor Masters, who's here, who was here, SARM board members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, bonjour, danse, to each and every one of you, I extend my hand and say good morning to you. It's a real pleasure for me and Donna to join you again here at your convention. Always a great event for us to attend, at least the first portion of it, to hear from the leadership of the province as well as leadership of SARM, and to hear about the directions that are being taken, what has been accomplished, and what you all hope to accomplish looking into the future. Thank you to the Board of Directors and staff of SARM for the invitation to be here. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership provided to our province's rural municipalities by SARM and all the reeves, councillors, and administrators. Minister McMorris mentioned the challenges that people face when they decide or are contemplating stepping forward and putting their name forward to run for a public office. And I want to extend that as well. In my travels throughout the province in this role, but previously as well, I've seen how people have taken that step. And it takes courage. There's no doubt about that. It takes courage, but also commitment to what you believe needs to be done within your community or communities. So since 1905, and as long as Saskatchewan's been a province, SARM has been here supporting rural municipalities. Certainly a long time. Almost 120 years later, with 100% of Saskatchewan's municipalities voluntarily part of the association, it is a legacy to be proud of. I commend and congratulate SARM as you continue to advocate, innovate, and collaborate, ensuring strong and autonomous municipalities throughout our province. So before I present this special award, it is my pleasure as Lieutenant Governor to bring greetings on behalf of His Majesty King Charles III, or King of Canada. In the spirit of reconciliation and following the words of our elder and his prayer, thank you for that, I would also like to share these greetings in my first language, to share not only my language, but the belief that as we come together as people and create that understanding, there will be a better future for all of us here in the province. Nimidwedeitin, kita vita vataro, tamiskato, and gitsogamo, Charles Nisto, gitsogi mamino, utegi taskino Canada. Kenaskumit now gakido. And now, I have the privilege of presenting the 2024 Lieutenant Governor's Award for Outstanding Service to Rural Saskatchewan. I'm grateful to SARM and the Selection Committee for managing the award, which pays tribute to outstanding reeves, councillors, and administrators in our province. The 2024 award goes to an exceptional individual who exemplifies community spirit and service. I will tell you a bit about him before I present the award. And actually, before I do, I just want to mention that Donna and I had the pleasure of hosting the recipient and his wife and family members, as well as leadership of Reeve at Government House last night, and had a tremendous conversation with them throughout the evening. Learned a lot about him, but certainly was impressed by how humble he is, given the accomplishments that I will talk about here shortly. Mr. Dale LaFleur was born and raised on a farm in the rural municipality of Bengoff. Dale married Joanna, known as Joe to everybody, in 1957, and they raised 3 children. Early in their marriage, they lived briefly in Edmonton, but soon returned home to Saskatchewan, where Dale began his municipal career in 1958 in the RM of Waverley. In 1960, Dale took a job with the RM of McLeod, and in 1962, he became administrator in his home RM of Bengoff, where he remained until his retirement in 1996. While working as administrator, he also worked part-time for the Bengoff Rural Telephone Company, was a Bengoff Housing Authority manager, and part-time, wherever he found that part-time, administrator for both the RMs of Happy Valley and Excel. Dale accomplished many things during his time as administrator in Bengoff, including the transition to a computerized system. While some were apprehensive about the change, in true Dale style, he faced the challenge head-on and saw it as an opportunity. In addition to serving as administrator, Dale was elected alderman for the town of Bengoff, serving from 1982 to 1988. He was also the Division II Director for the RM Administrators Association of Saskatchewan from 1982 to 1993. Dale volunteered in his community in many capacities and received the Citizen of the Year Award in 1995. In 2000, when the Rural Board of Examiners took over the duty of office inspections for administrators, Dale was hired as one of the first 2 inspectors. Dale completed these office inspections until 2009. Have to take a breath here. It's a lot of good work. Dale received the prestigious Lou Jacobs Award in 1998, and in 2023 he received the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. And in fact, I was honored to present the medal to Dave at Government House about a year ago. Since retirement, Dale has spent countless hours documenting and upgrading cemetery records at the Bengoff and Zion Lutheran cemeteries. He's an elk, mason, and Shriner, and has shared his accounting expertise with various community groups. In the award nomination, RM of Bengoff Deputy Reeve David Warren commented on Dave's remarkable memory, which was emphasized again last night as we shared some stories. Jim Angus, the 2011's Lieutenant Governor's Award recipient, commented that having worked with administrators across the province, Dale was one of the best. It is my pleasure now to invite Dale LaFleur to come forward to receive the Lieutenant Governor's Award for the outstanding service to rural Saskatchewan. Congratulations, Dale.
council and the RM of Bedgoff and Administrator Lara Hazy for nominating me for this prestigious award. A brief history, well, I think the Lieutenant Governor took most of a brief history of my career. I started at the RM of Waverley in 1958, or 59, pardon me. I believe at that time was Boyd Anders, well-known rancher in that area and a past president of this organization, a great guy. I moved on to the RM of McLeod, number 185, after 1 year at Glentworth and stayed there for 3 years. Then moved on to RM of Bedgoff for the last 34 years of my career. I thought that was the end of my municipal career, but a few years later, the government of Saskatchewan decided they would cease certification process for administrators, and the RMA Association, Administrators Association, and SARM got their heads together and we worked out a plan to certify administrators in the province. And I was hired along with another gentleman by the name of Dale Malcolm, called him my other brother Dale, and we traveled throughout the province, north, east, south, west, and doing inspections when administrators are upgrading their certificates. I was very fortunate, and during those travels of seeing parts of the province I'd never been before. Got paid for doing it. That was the best part. And met a lot of wonderful people, and probably some of them in the crowd here today. This time I would like to say that the SRM have a wonderful convention this year. And also, while I'm here, I want to say something about Guy Grandeur. Here he's retiring. Guy came to us from Ontario, and he was part of the RMA board and eventually vice president. I understand he's stepping down as vice president. As president, pardon me. Wish Guy the best in his retirement or future endeavors he's going to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Saskatchewan Municipal Awards Program is a partnership between SARM, SUMA, and the Ministry of Government Relations, RMAA, the Urban Municipal Administrators Association of Saskatchewan, and New North. This is an opportunity to celebrate the innovation and excellence in rural Saskatchewan today, surrounded by colleagues and peers. There were 4 winning projects for the 17th SMAs, and we'll be seeing a video each about them. We're excited to present the winning rural municipalities with their awards today, and we ask that the winners meet together in meeting room 4 at the conclusion of the awards ceremony. They'll to get their award and have photos taken. Urban municipalities will receive their awards in April at the SUMA convention. For the 17th Saskatchewan Municipal Awards, the selection committee was made up of Malcolm Eaton, former mayor of Humboldt and former vice president of cities for SUMA; Wendy Gouda, municipal advisor, former administrator for the RM of Leroy, number 339, and past president of RMAA; Keith Comstock, executive in residence at the Johnson Shoyama School of Public Policy; Harvey Milanowicz, RM of Reeve for the RM of Sliding Hills, number 273, and former SARM board member; Loretta Young, former administrator for the RM of Long Laketon, number 219, and the village of Earl Grey; and Jim Toy, former city manager for the city of Prince Albert. We appreciate the time and effort that these individuals have taken to help us celebrate local governments in Saskatchewan. And I'd like to recognize the title sponsor for this year's Saskatchewan Municipal Awards, Affinity Credit Union. We're very pleased to have them on board with the Municipal Awards for the 7th year. And we'd like to welcome Brendan McGuire, business advisor with Affinity Credit Union, who is here to bring greetings from our sponsor and introduce the videos of the Saskatchewan Municipal Awards. Do we have Brendan McGuire? There's Brendan McGuire.
Good morning, everybody. As Cody mentioned, my name is Brendan McGuire, and I'm honored to be here today on behalf of Affinity Credit Union for the annual Saskatchewan Municipal Awards. As the proud sponsor of the Saskatchewan Municipal Awards, Affinity is passionate about supporting municipalities, their residents, and their industry partners. As a cooperative financial institution, we exist because of and for our members, whose financial well-being is our first priority. And our members' deposits get put back into local communities to support other members in buying a home, starting a business, gaining an education, and more. We're helping drive the Saskatchewan economy and making our province a great place to live. Affinity sponsors the Saskatchewan Municipal Awards because they demonstrate how local communities can work together to become even more vibrant, exciting places to live and to do business. That's right up our alley at Affinity. After all, our heart's business and profits live right here in Saskatchewan. And like these winning municipalities, we all share a common goal, which is a commitment to building a better world by improving the lives of people right here at home. It is now my pleasure to introduce the winners of the Saskatchewan Municipal Awards. All the winners will be announced, and then we will enjoy the videos of their winning projects. For the category of Top Urban Municipality, the winner is the town of Assiniboia for their work on the Southland Co-op Center. Congratulations. For the category of regional cooperation, the winner is the Outlook Rudy Joint Protective Services project completed by the town of Outlook and the RM of Rudy number 284. Excellent collaboration, both. For the category of Top Rural Municipal Initiative, the winner is The Junction, completed by the RM of Prince Albert number 461. Well done, number 461. And our final award is for the category of Top Municipal Initiative. The winner of this award goes to the City of Lloydminster for their new mechanical wastewater treatment facility. Your success is well deserved. At this time, please direct your attention to the screen to learn more about the winning projects.
The town of Assiniboia to me is just your typical Saskatchewan prairie community with all the amenities of a big city.
It's a great place to live. Lots of great recreation, lots of things to do.
Assiniboia is a sports town, and we've had some brilliant hockey players come out of here.
Your rink is your community gathering place, and there were members of our community that couldn't maybe access the old rink.
Thankfully, we have a wonderful group in town, the Assiniboia Civic Improvement Association, who had a dream.
We had funding from the town of Assiniboia, all the local RMs, the business community, a lot of the local residents.
RM 73, RM 72, a lot of the surrounding areas, the surrounding towns, They were gracious enough to donate money.
And then we received a grant from the feds and a grant from the provincial government. We ended up building a $20 million facility.
The Southland Com Centre really functions as a community centre from morning till night.
We have a NHL-sized ice surface, which is obviously the hub of the facility.
We have the multi-purpose room, we have the climbing walls, we have the children's room, we have the mini stick rink.
The simulator room, the golf room.
There's different members in the walking group in the morning.
We have a lift to get people to the second floor.
State-of-the-art dressing rooms. We got the best ice in Saskatchewan now.
School skating as there is going on behind us today. There's all the hockey games, practices.
We have entertainment lighting that's used during hockey games. We've got a digital scoreboard, which we can do full video on as well.
Birthday parties at the climbing center, the teen centers.
Outside the arena, we've got Saskatchewan's first tailgate plaza. We've got a 20-foot screen out there that we can play Rider games on it. We can play Blue Jays games on.
So that commercial kitchen just offers such a variety of your typical rink burger, which is so delicious.
Our grand opening, we had a concert with Jess Moskaloo. We hosted the Saskatchewan Country Music Awards. Last year we hosted 11 hockey tournaments. This year looks about the same. We have city teams phoning, begging for ice so they can host hockey tournaments.
We've had lots of major junior arenas come through and look and see what we've done to try to get ideas for them when they're putting up new arenas and new facilities.
You're not just coming to watch a game. You're coming to have a cold beer, you're wandering around, you're visiting with other people.
There isn't a week that goes by that we're not here. My daughters figure skate, we access the recreation programs, we come to hockey games.
People from all over the province stop and see our new arena, and it's a first-class facility. The door is opened now for us to host not only provincial but national events.
It's really just put us on the map when it comes to tourism and sport.
It goes to show that small communities can do big things.
Don't be afraid to ask your community for help, ask for volunteers, ask for financial support.
It was built by the community for the community.
It's taken a lot of years to get this, but it was well worth the wait.
Most small towns, even big cities, would dream to have something like this.
The RM of Rudy is a farming RM. We have all kinds of farming here.
We're a municipality that's located on the east side of the South Saskatchewan River near the town of Outlook. We have a lot of irrigation in our municipality.
Vibrant and growing. I was born and raised here. It's a wonderful place to live and a wonderful place to raise your family.
Fire services in the past were run by the town of Outlook. The town of Outlook delivered services to both the RM of Rudy and the town of Outlook, as well as the villages of Broderick and Glenside.
The community is always behind the volunteer fire services. Anything volunteer, rescue, communities are behind you.
If we happen to be at a call, say we're at a fire and it goes all night, there's people who will bring us snacks and food and drinks to help keep us going.
We are very thankful for the dedicated crew that we've got that volunteer their time away from their families, away from their jobs.
The fire hall that we are in today does not accommodate all of the equipment that the town of Outlook and the RM of Rudy run now.
We've got our ladder truck at the town shop. We've got the boat and the wildland truck in a garage behind the town shop.
When we get calls, everybody was coming in and there's lots of elbows being thrown and guys are always quite packed into the spot that we are in.
Our RM has been really fortunate with the fire services that we have been provided so far, but you have to think into the future.
Late in the fall of 2020, there was conversations between the RM of Rudy and the town of Outlook about forming some sort of a joint partnership.
When our council was elected, we all felt that it was important to reach out to the surrounding municipalities and build those partnerships.
The Outlook Rudy Fire Protective Services are owned by the town of Outlook and the RM.
As we got more involved as an RM council, through the working group, we realized that a new fire hall was something that was needed.
We're just waiting for delivery of a new rescue van, and the rescue van actually would not have fit in this fire hall had it been not renovated in 2021.
We went ahead after some research and purchased what's called a wildland fire truck. It's much smaller, has foam equipment on it.
We can hopefully save response time so that they can get out and hopefully save lives rather than the alternative.
We've actually contracted with a philanthropical company, DCG Philanthropical. They're an outfit out of Saskatoon, and they are helping us manage and look for funds for building a new fire hall. We are looking at bringing in as much corporate sponsorship as we can.
We are really not separate communities. The RM completely envelops the town of Outlook, and there really isn't much important that happens in the RM that doesn't affect the town, and vice versa.
We've had a joint health committee since we built the new hospital, and that's worked very well. And now with the Outlook Rudy Fire and Rescue, wonderful project. I think there'll be other projects coming down the pipe for sure.
The council today is just fantastic to deal with, and they have a shared vision of what we would like to see.
You have to be willing to sit down and talk things out, because if you can't do that, you're going to get nowhere.
When you pull together, the load is lighter.
When you work together as a community, things get done.
It's a mix of parkland and provincial forest. It's one of the most beautiful places to live in the province.
Close to the city, close to the fishing community up here, lots of camping. It's a great area to grow up in, that's for sure.
We've seen an opportunity on the corridors leading into the city of Prince Albert to create a highway commercial corridor.
The junction is a great investment for our community. In order to provide services, we need to expand the commercial tax base.
This is the initial building that's going to be in this development along the highway corridor, which is ideal for business location.
The old building served its purpose. It was tight, the space was limited. We were actually living on top of one another. We didn't have walls for some people. They were doing RM business in the hallway just because we didn't have the room.
We put out a tender, and we always have to take at least 3 tenders. As it happened, the 2 lowest bids were both local contractors.
The opportunity arose with Signature Developments to have a piece of land that we could build on.
We were all supporting local contractors for sure. They used a lot of our suppliers too in this local area.
We've got vaulted council chamber ceilings. We've got a state-of-the-art AV system throughout the building. We also have converted our shop during the building stages. All of our water tanks are at large capacities. We've got backup generators if the power ever goes out.
The administrators are here with all the workers too. Everything should go so much smoother.
I'm grateful that past council had the foresight to start putting money away for this project.
The government of Saskatchewan, through the Municipal Economic Enhancement Program, did provide a significant amount of funding for this building.
We're going to have development to the south and to the north, and it's going to enhance the RM greatly.
The hours that was put in, it was unreal.
There's so much a piece of me in this building. There's so much a part of DJ in our building. There's so much of council in this building.
All of those people who were involved were equally valuable because they all brought their own piece to the puzzle to make this happen.
I found our experience as a developer with the council and the people we're dealing with to be very business-minded, open to development, certainly keeping the best interests of the taxpayers and the RM's interest at hand.
If there had been some hesitancy on our part to not do it when we did it, the costs would have risen exponentially.
For our community, for our ratepayers, for the people that need to access this building to do business within the municipality, that's who we needed to make sure that we were catering to.
We love coming to work every day. We're a family.
I'm very proud of our council. I'm very proud of our staff. I'm very proud of our administration.
The whole picture here is just unbelievable.
I don't do it for myself, I do it for the betterment of the community, and I have children, so hopefully it'll better their lives too and everybody else around them.
It's an achievement for the RM, it's an achievement for this council, and it's an achievement for everybody that put so much hard work into this building.
Lloydminster has the unique characteristic of being located on the border between Alberta and Saskatchewan.
It provides a good quality of life for people like me who have a young family.
The federal government basically mandated and in essence threatened myself jail time and a fine on the city if we did not improve our wastewater treatment arrangement from a lagoon system to something that met the qualifications and the requirements going forward of the Federal Environment Act.
Over the last 40 years, we've upgraded that equipment to make it better, but we needed to be more in compliance on what we were actually removing from the wastewater streams.
For a few years prior to that directive that we got issued, we were looking at options of what the city could actually do.
Because we discharge to the North Saskatchewan River currently, we want to ensure the people of North Battleford, Prince Albert, everybody downstream of us has the best quality water available.
It's very tough sometimes to get funding for a city that's split by two provinces.
$81.5 million is just not chump change.
There hasn't been too many times where we've had an opportunity to get both provinces and the federal government to help us on a project.
After a great deal of advocating with numerous elected officials at the provincial and federal level, we were able to secure funding from the federal government, the government of Saskatchewan, and the government of Alberta.
Navisworks was a beautiful piece of equipment used on this project to show everybody a 3D look at what this plant was to look like.
The model that was chosen was the integrated project delivery model, and that's what got us through the pandemic.
The IPD project delivery model is a model that allows municipalities to get some cost certainty for construction and delivery.
Another way to get owners, contractors, engineers at the same table and sharing the same values.
The pipe fitters were working with the electricians, and the guys pouring concrete were working with the steel guys. That's incredible.
Whether you're a city worker, whether you're a tradesperson, whether you're a contractor, whether you're the engineer, it doesn't matter. We all have to figure this out to keep moving forward.
We were able to deliver this project on time and on budget during a time where the prices have significantly increased. Suppliers cannot deliver materials.
We built a facility that saved the city of Lloydminster millions of dollars and potentially in the tens of millions of dollars.
When people see a glass of clear water, almost like it came out of a water cooler coming out of your wastewater treatment plant, they can say we're doing something right.
I hope other municipalities follow City of Lloydminster's lead.
People working collaboratively can do wonders.
This will be the biggest project of my career. I'm sure of it.
This is the largest wastewater treatment project to date that's used the integrated project delivery.
It will definitely serve Lloydminster for future generations.
Thank you, Affinity Credit Union, and thank you to Brendan McGuire for coming out, my old neighbor from the ARM at Kingsley, a couple of Kingsley kids. Now, we're going to move on to our next one. By the way, I just want to mention, too, if you want to see those videos again, you want to learn more about the program, just go to municipalawards.ca. You can get more details over there, and you can see some of the past projects as well. Time to highlight the deserving youth. We're going to move into our final award with the Ag, Health, and Safety Scholarship. It's my pleasure to welcome Shelley Kurchuk, Director of the Canadian Centre for Health and Safety in Agriculture, to unveil our winner. Now, the Centre, in partnership with Saskatchewan Rural Municipalities, provides the Agricultural Health and Safety Network. The network provides services and resources to support safety and health in agriculture, including program delivery in rural municipalities. Welcome, Dr. Kurchuk.
Morning, everybody. I know it's getting close to lunchtime, so thank you for your patience. Is there a... I think I have a presentation up there. I do need the clicker, Laurel. What do you think? Should I press play? Will I see it somewhere? There we are. Okay. So thank you for the introduction, and we're so happy to be here. We're here all week, so I'll say that, or for the next 2 days. So what we do is we support and move evidence to action through resources and programs. We are at the University of Saskatchewan, but we're out in your communities What you see here is a map of our agricultural health and safety network, and they are one of the programs that are out in the communities and represent the scholarships we're going to present today. So our center has been around for 38 years, and this agricultural health and safety network has been around for 35 years. And we're partnered with the rural municipalities that you see in red and rural communities around health and safety. And we don't think that a postal code should be an indicator of health or health outcomes. We support working and living in rural. If your RM is in red, we value the opportunity to work with us and with your RMs. And if your RM is in gray, we'd really love the opportunity to talk to you about the programs that we offer. So we are in your rural municipalities, and I just wanted to point out where we are, and also that our name changed. So our name is now the Canadian Centre for Rural and Agricultural Health, so that it really represents the work that we do with rural communities. But we are out doing one-to-one clinics in the communities. We offer hearing screening, respiratory clinics, and primary care clinics to farmers in the RMs, to families in the RMs, and to RM employees. So you will have seen us in your RM offices. We are soon to have a mobile unit to do some of this work. We're in the schools. Shelley Sanders down here is one of my staff members. She's in the rural schools. She's teaching the kids about safety on the farm. She's out at the trade shows teaching about safety on the farm. And we are out almost all year round in the schools and in the rural municipalities. We also offer dementia clinics. So those of you in Esterhazy, Kipling, Carlisle, Mayfield, Lampman, Weyburn, and Bengoff, you know that we are working with your primary clinics to offer dementia clinics, and we have a rural specialist clinic in Saskatoon for complex cases of those of people with dementia. It's only for those who live outside a 100-kilometer radius of Regina or Saskatoon. So again, trying to address the needs of rural individuals. So if there's complex dementia case in your community, it can be referred to our clinic, and it's a one-day all-in clinic with follow-up and diagnosis at the end. If you'd like to learn more about us, or if you are currently in RM, come to our AGM tomorrow morning from 8 to 8:45 in Meeting Room 1. We'll showcase what we've been doing for the past year and opportunities going forward. Or come by our booth at 104 and say hi. Talk to us about your ideas on how to serve your rural municipalities in relation to health. There's lots of ideas out there right now on how we can best offer services in rural areas, but I think you have the best ideas. We are with government working on ideas. We're at the College of Medicine and Nursing and nurse practitioners, and we're there to support any ideas that you have, so please bring them forward. The government is asking us right now to figure out how to train people in rural areas so that they'll stay in rural areas. So if you do have ideas, please, I really do encourage you to come and speak with us. We'll be at booth 104 for the next 2 days. So really getting to the matter at hand. We're here to present the SARM scholarships and the Ike Thiessen Award. So in 1995, SARM auctioned off the first copy of The Building of a Province, commemorating the 90th anniversary of SARM, and the proceeds were contributed to our center to initiate this scholarship program. And we have 2 awardees this year. So first is from the RM of Humboldt, number 370, Thomas Rise. And I'd like to call on the administrator from the RM of Humboldt, Corrine Richardson, to accept the award on Thomas's behalf. Or maybe she didn't come. Corrine. Is there a counselor from Humboldt present? Okay. Well, we'll find them later. We do know that Brady is here from the RM of Stonehenge, number 73. Brady Hildebrandt. What program are you going to?
Agriculture science.
At U of S?
Great Plains.
He's going into agriculture science at Great Plains. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to get Kendra Almer, who's the manager of our Agricultural Health and Safety Network, to talk about the Ike Thiessen Award, Building a Foundation.
Good morning, everyone, delegates and special guests. The Ike Thiessen Building a Foundation Award started in March of 2020 when it was given to the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, recognizing the fundamental role they play in helping grow and enhance the activities of the Agriculture, Health and Safety Network. Ike Thiessen was a former president of SARM from 1986 to 1988 and farmer in the rural municipality of Aberdeen. Ike was instrumental in recruiting the first RMs to join the network in 1988, setting the foundation for a future growth. This award is given annually in recognition of support and dedication to the network for helping us further our mission and build a foundation in health and safety for agriculture in Saskatchewan. At this time, I'd like to call Harvey Milanovich to come forward. I am honored to present this year's Ike Thiessen Building a Foundation Award to Harvey Milanovich, Reeve of Sliding Hills, number 273, and former SARM Division 4 Director. I have been privileged over the last 18 years to work with Harvey on several committees and councils in Saskatchewan aimed at improving the health and safety in agriculture. Some of these include work with the Saskatchewan Safety Council, Work Safe Saskatchewan Mission Zero, the SASHA organization, and our fame to fortune with our video production and workshop Sleepless in Saskatchewan project. And recently, the last 5-6 years with the Farm Health and Safety Council, which is an advisory council to the Ministry of Labor, in which Harvey represented SARM. Harvey has always shown tremendous support and enthusiasm for the efforts of the network, never missing one of our AGMs, sitting in the front row wearing a brown jacket, representing SARM and showing support. Thank you for that, Harvey. And helping us to recruit new RN members each year. Thank you, Harvey, for your exceptional support, dedication, and contributions to promoting agricultural health and safety in Saskatchewan.
So I just want to note that the award is on a brick that came from the RM of Corman Park old RM office. When they tore it down, we gathered a bunch of bricks so that we could, So we'd also like to note that this is Canadian Agricultural Safety Week. It was proclaimed by the Minister of Agriculture, and we are wearing ribbons, and the directors are wearing ribbons to represent this week, and thank you. And also just thank you to SARM, to Laurel, to Ray, to Judy, who sat on our board of our center for years, and I hear she's not moving forward, so we do need a new SARM representative. If anybody's interested in learning everything that we do and being part of the decisions, please come chat with us. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Well, our next guest, and we're going to be coming up here with lunch pretty soon, don't worry, but we do have one more order of business to get to before we get into lunch. And we're going to welcome back to the stage Rusty Dean is back with us this year, and she's going to sit down alongside Saskatchewan historian Merle Massey. Now, Merle is a two-time Saskatchewan Book Award-winning author. She has a focus on Saskatchewan rural agriculture, environmental, and health history. Rusty, take it away.
All right. Are we on? We're on. We should be on. I can yell pretty loud. We should be on. Hello? No, not on. How's that? Anywhere? Okay. Nope. Oh no, let's go there. Okay, go up there. Sounds good. So it's a fireside chat where we stand. That works.
We're on. They've really canceled me. Really canceled me. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I know we are tight for time, so we'll be brief, but still be able to have a bit of a conversation because we're so excited to have you here. Merle, you carry many titles. Cody alluded to a few of them when he introduced you. Author, historian, farmer, researcher, How do you manage all of these and sort of what weaves all those titles together?
Well, I think it's probably good for this audience to know that I am a Saskatchewan born and bred. I grew up in Pataquid RM. My dad was the Reeve in the 1980s when it got split across to the District of Lakeland. So Pataquid, hello. I live in Biggar, and so the arm of Biggar I know is here, and we farm in the arm of Marriott. So Marriott, hello. So I just wanted to kind of present that as sort of a background, but Rusty, the answer simply is that I know no rural woman that doesn't wear lots of hats. We all do a lot. So yes, I have a full-time job at the University of Saskatchewan. In fact, my boss was just up here. So I work for the Canadian Centre for Rural and Agricultural Health, but I am a Saskatchewan historian, and I just love telling Saskatchewan stories. It's my favorite thing.
Now, some of your notable titles, 36 Stops on the Road to Medicine, that is, tells the story, the many steps that led to Medicare, which came first in Saskatchewan.
It did.
Yeah, a few years ago, A Radiant Life, that's Honorable Sylvia Fedoruk, what attracts you to discovering and then, going in this rabbit hole and then writing these books?
Sometimes it's who you know. So how many of you have ever had Dr. Stuart Houston come out to your area and tag some of the turkey vultures? So, if anybody's had turkey vulture work done in their RM, that was with Dr. Stuart Houston. He's passed away now, but I worked with Dr. Houston for many years, and he's the one who brought me on board when he was redoing his book, Steps on the Road to Medicare. It needed a lot of work. He admitted to me, I wrote it kind of fast. I'm like, so that explains why there's some problems with it. And so he invited me to come on board to edit it. And so we reissued it. We expanded it as 36 Steps on the Road to Medicare. And there's some RMs here that were fundamental to those steps, Arm of Myrie Creek, various others that were fundamental to those steps. So Medicare in Saskatchewan is a rural invention. So keep that in mind. And so Dr. Houston actually was the one he used to work with Sylvia Fedoruk. So, of course, our first female lieutenant governor, Sylvia Fedoruk, I was actually the invited guest in Government House 2 years ago for International Women's Day and gave a talk on my book and the stories of Sylvia Fedoruk. And she was a phenomenal person. But it was Stuart who actually said, we should write a book about Sylvia. And so I started writing the book, and I was 6 chapters in, and he hadn't written anything. I was like, what? Who's writing this book? He's like, well, I'm busy writing Birds of Saskatchewan, so just keep going. Okay. So So sometimes projects fall in your lap. When you know that a project is really good and deserves our time and deserves our energy, you just dive right in.
Okay, I'm going to quote you here. You say, I am passionate about how a place remembers the past and fascinated by the power of local history. It can transform how people feel about who they are. Small-scale history bolsters pride, generates incredible community spirit. Local history is deeply rooted in place, and the environment is an important part of that. The flip side is to recognize when, how, and why history is constructed in a particular way, which stories are told, which are withheld, which are forgotten, and why. Now, my work always reflects on the question, why do we tell stories the way that we do? Do you have an answer? Have you uncovered that yet? Why do we tell stories the way we do?
Perspective is always the start of a history story. So I grew up in Pataquid, which was the site of the first Red Cross outpost hospital in the entire British Empire. It was located in Pataquid in 1920. And there's actually a cairn where the hospital used to stand. And my dad was driving up the road with a colleague of his. And the guy's like, well, what's that? It's like, roadside attraction or whatever, this thing on this. So what's that for? He's like, well, it marks the place where I was born, Dad said. And the guy's like, oh, shut up, Sarge. It's not where you were born. Dad slams on the brakes, and he goes, it sure was. And he backs up, and it did. Of course, it doesn't mention Sergeant McGowan, but it did mention, that it was the site of the Red Cross Outpost Hospital. And so that deep connection to place is absolutely what happens and what we really see in rural Saskatchewan. But there's so many stories about events and places and things that have happened. For example, that story of the Red Cross Outpost Hospital, I wrote about it last week in a blog post because SARM is pushing right now for nurse practitioners. Well, that outpost hospital wasn't ran by a doctor. It was ran by a charge nurse, what we would today call a nurse practitioner. We have 100 years of examples of doing this kind of work in Saskatchewan. We can do it again.
Mm-hmm. In rural Saskatchewan, I think you can attest to this, that we are great storytellers. Every RM has a couple of coffee row locations, where stories are told and cherished landmarks are discussed. How would you encourage people in our room, our delegates here today, what to do with those pieces of history so they aren't lost?
It's a great story, and people always talk to me about that. They say, well, all our older people, they're passing away. It's like, yes, that's true. So how many of you come from an RM that did a local history book back in the 1980s when it was a big fad? Yeah. And those things are like gold now, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're worth like hundreds of dollars. And they're fabulous. Well, go out and do it again. Go do it again. There's funding out there again. Get your school kids involved. Do the curriculum. Everybody actually has a recorder on their cell phone. You're sitting there at Coffee Row and you've got a 90-year-old sitting there telling stories. Take a second, ask their permission, hit record. The provincial archive will absolutely accept those stories, and it's really up to us to keep them going. Another thing about those history books, how many of you have read those history books and you're like, yeah, that's not quite the way it happened? Yeah. So the other thing about those history books, those written history books, is that they sparked this huge oral counter history. People would read the history books and then they'd be like, okay, so they said it did this, but it was actually more like that. And so that oral counter history, if you can find a way to capture that as well, they both go together.
So now that you've given us sort of an inside look at some of your work and how we can garner stories and pieces of history, do you have a little story or a piece that you just love so much that you could give a little snippet about for us?
I don't even know if I could start that, but I know that I'm the only thing standing between you guys and lunch, but I'm going to give you two. The first story is from 250 years ago. 250 years ago, there was a Hudson Bay Company explorer by the name of Matthew Cocking, who came across with a band of Cree from Hudson Bay across through Cumberland House, and then he came actually south, and he came through Biggar, and then he went west of Biggar, and it is the first recorded recognition of a crop in Saskatchewan. There was a crop of tobacco. Anybody here from the Springwater area of Saskatchewan? It wasn't very, very far from Springwater. So the first crop grown in Saskatchewan 250 years ago, tobacco. So think about that. When you're out on the land this spring, realize that the agriculture that we practice here in Western Canada looks a little different, but at the same time, there's a whole lot that's exactly the same. Another story I'd like to tell you, keeping through that big snowstorm that we had last weekend, this is my kids' favorite Saskatchewan story, and I asked them, which one should I tell? And they said, oh, the big winter. Okay. 1906, 1907, the fall of 1906, started to stormed a lot. Started the end of October, storm after storm after storm. If it did manage to get a little bit warm, all it did was just form that crust on the top of the snow, that ice crust, and then more storms kept coming in. The cows were starving. At the time, we still had a lot of ranching in Saskatchewan, and they were trying very, very hard to ranch without actually having to feed them hay. So just let them eat out in the fields all year. They were starving. They were invading Medicine Hat. They were invading Maple Creek. They were invading Swift Current. They were starving. And they were trying to go out, and they were actually eating the tops of the trees. That's all that they could get to, because the snow had built up and built up and built up. And they died by the thousands. And that spring was Carrion Spring, the spring of 1907. The smell was terrible, and there were literally dead cows hanging from the trees.
You should come to my house and tell some nighttime stories to my boys. They'd be hanging on the edge of their seat every time. Who needs those little character books? Now, in one of your TED Talks, you say, research will engage more people when more people see themselves as researchers. Looking back, when was the first moment you researched? Maybe whether you recognized it cognitively or not, when did you think, oh, as I look back in my life, I've always been asking questions, researching.
I have been. So I went to the University of Saskatchewan. I'm, old. So I showed up in the fall of 1989, and I wanted to take a Saskatchewan history class, right? Because that's logical in my brain. No, you had to take an America's history class. And then in second year, you could take Canadian history class. And in the third year, you could take a Western Canadian history class. And there was no Saskatchewan history class. And to me, this was completely upside down. To me, I think that every first-year student should be able to take a Saskatchewan history class. I think that apex is upside down. However, when I hit that Western Canadian class, of course, it was finally in an area that I was interested in. And so off they had us do some original research. Off I went to the archive. How many of you had a parent or a grandparent or grandmother who was part of the homemakers clubs all across rural Saskatchewan? Quite a few. How many of you had a relative who was in the Women's Grain Growers Association? So that's what I did, because these were two ladies' associations, and I thought, why did we have two? Like, how were they so different? And so that's what I took a look at, and there's a whole thing about maternal feminism. So the homemakers said, we need the vote because we're women and we make better choices than men. And the Women's Grain Growers Association said, we need the vote because we're equal to men, but we still make better choices than men. But the two, that's what the difference between the two groups. So it just depended on if you really liked baking or if you really liked politics. That was the big difference. But yeah, that was the first time that I really realized that, yeah, I love Saskatchewan history. This is what I do for fun. We bought some land in 2004, and the first thing I did was go find out about the homesteader. His name was Albert Kessel. He was a phenomenal homesteader in our area. So we farm halfway between Bigger and Rosetown, and this is Massey Panoramic Farm. I just got this logo done, and it's got a flag at the top. Albert used to stump up this hill and put a flag every day. He was a bugler in World War I, and so he came back and did his farm. So I had all these stories about Albert Kessel, and one of my professors at the university said, you do history for fun. I'm like, yeah, this is what I do. I'm weird that way.
No, I love it, Merle, and I think that you're so engaging, and when people follow you, as then you just wrote on the blog, it is captivating, and the images and the amount of effort that you put in to find stories, to dig deep for stories. I have to ask, and I mean you can reveal it to this rural Saskatchewan audience, what's your next project? What are you diving into? Maybe someone in the crowd can help you uncover a few more things.
Well, that would be fantastic. So any of you who come from northern RMs that have that kind of lumbering industry, so my current project I'm working with a friend of mine who was a retired conservation officer, and any of you watch an online television show called Ice Road Truckers? Okay, so imagine ice road truckers with horses going up north from the northern edges of the railroad, getting their goods and trucking through the snow in the winter up north to all of the northern sites. And then in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, they started using Caterpillar tractors. And the stories from those eras would freeze your bones.
Right, of course. Well, you literally probably freeze your bones. Okay, so with that said, before I let you go, because we are tight for time, because we do have to get to lunch, you are going to be sticking around for lunch and for a couple of days. So truly, if you are from a northern RM or even a southern RM, central, and you think, I've got a great snippet for Merle that I think she would maybe love, I think that you should catch up with her. So tell us where your blog is, where people can find you, where your releases are as an author, and then we'll get to lunch.
Absolutely. So I get asked this a lot. Where are your books? In every bookstore, I promise. But the Penny University, I checked in with them this morning, and so the Penny University bookstore here in town has copies of all of my books, so please go ahead and find them there. Or if you're back in Saskatoon, McNally Robinson they're really good with local authors, and they keep those. You can access me online for free. It's called Merle Massey, A Place in History, the 100-Mile History Diet. That's what I called it years ago, and I still believe in that. Local history is my favorite thing. The first time I saw history being done was my grandmother. She was the editor of our local history book, Cordwood and Courage, from Pataquid. And so that's where I saw history was spread out all over her normally clean living room. There was papers everywhere and pictures, and that was my first taste of history. So that's where I'm going to be. I'm also at the Canadian Centre for Rural and Agricultural Health, so I'll be at the booth. So booth 104, Shelley? Yep, booth 104. And I'll be around all week, so please find me and tell me your Saskatchewan story.
Merle, such a pleasure, and if we had more time, if everyone's stomachs weren't growling, we would definitely keep you here a little longer. Thank you so much. If everyone can give Merle a round of applause, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we're going to let, before everyone lines up for lunch, looks like folks have already started to line up for lunch. We'll let our dignitaries exit first, so just make room for our dignitaries. and then real staff will help coordinate how we're going to line up for lunch. So we'll be back here at 1:30. Before I take off, we have found an iPhone. It was found on a bench in the hallway. We have it in the office. I just needed you to turn down the phone, not actually lose it, so that's okay. But we have found it. If you're missing your iPhone, it's in the office, right beside the Stars 50/50. That's where you'll find the office. All right, so real staff will help coordinate the lunch, and thank you so much to our dignitaries and to our elder and everybody. Thank you. All right, folks, 15 minutes. We're going to get things going again in 15 minutes. If you can grab yourself a piece of cake, one more piece of cake or a coffee, make your way back into the convention center here. In 15 minutes, we'll resume. Ten minutes, everybody. If we can find our seats in 10 minutes, we've got a lot to get to this afternoon. We also have some breakout sessions coming up later on this afternoon as well. So, folks, find your seats. We're going to get started in 10 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Please find your seats. We're going to start in 5 minutes. One minute, please. 1 minute. Find your seats. We're going to start in 1 minute. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the SARM convention after a wonderful lunch break. How about a round of applause for the Real staff and Chef Shaminda for lunch today? Wasn't that delicious? And thank you to the Real staff for keeping the lines orderly and everything, and so we all got a plate of food and some dessert. Just a reminder that the trade show is going to be on until 5 o'clock today, and then again tomorrow from 8 until 3. So if you're still hoping to take in the trade show, you certainly can do that. Alrighty, we're going to get things going here this afternoon. Hopefully everyone is going to be coming back here, and I know probably some are still down at the trade show at this point in time, but please make your way back to your seats, because I'd like to welcome SARM board member Bill Huber to come up here and introduce the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Cody. It's my pleasure to introduce the Leader of the Opposition this afternoon. Carla Beck is the Leader of the Official Opposition and MLA for the Regina Lakeview constituency. Carla served as Deputy Leader, Caucus Chair, and Opposition Critic for Labor and for Education, Early Learning, and Childhood Care before becoming leader in 2022. Prior to entering politics, Carla spent over 20 years working as a social worker and 2 terms as a Regina Public School Board trustee. An active volunteer in her community, she has also worked with the Saskatchewan Abilities Council, Saskatchewan Coalition Against Racism, Saskatchewan Action Committee, Status of Women, Camp Easter Seal, Autism Resource Center, the Helpline at Regina Sexual Assault Center, MS Society, as well as numerous soccer, softball, baseball, and hockey teams. Carla grew up on a mixed farm near Lang, Saskatchewan. She and her husband Guy call Regina home, and they have 3 children, Hannah, Nolan, and Maya. Please join me in welcoming Carla Beck to the podium.
Thanks, Bill. It's great to be here with you today. And after that bio, I was watching this morning. I heard what McMorris said. Maybe I have to admit that maybe I wasn't good at some of those things. I've been looking forward to joining you here again, and I'm very grateful to Ray and to Jay and to everyone at SARM for the invitation to join you here. And well, I've had the chance to talk with a few of you already. I'm going to be here for the rest of the afternoon and look forward to continuing those conversations with you. So if we haven't had a chance to say hi yet, I hope you do come by and say hi. I just want to point out before I get into my remarks that I'm joined here today by a couple of our critics. I have, and maybe I'll just get her to stand up, Erica Ritchie's here with us today. Erica's our municipalities critic and our critic for water security. I think many of you in the room have seen her already. She's been doing outreach at a feverish pace out there, and maybe at the sake of building a tan this winter, has been in rooms in communities right across this province, and real thankful to have her on our team. Also with us today, and probably no stranger to most of you in this room, we have Trent Witherspoon, our finance critic and our critic for agriculture. If you don't see him here, you'll see him in a rink or maybe asking permission to hunt on your land. I'm always amazed. It doesn't matter where you go in this province. Trent not only knows the names of people, but names of their grandkids and where they went on vacation and where the best pheasants are. So anyway, great to be here with both of them too. And I want to tell you how proud I am of this team, of these two, but the team that we have back at the legislature today too. They know that in this room there's a lot of experience and a lot of wisdom, and I think we had Jared Clark here today, our critic for rural and remote health. There was a lot of wrangling about who got to come to SARM because they know the wisdom that is in this room, and they wanted to be here to meet with you. But someone had to be back there and hold the fort for question period today. I do hope you get a chance to meet all of them, because this is a team that I do believe in, the ones here and the ones back at the legislature. And I believe that they represent the positive change and approach to politics and decision-making that a growing number of people in this province are telling me that they're looking for. And I know that's what I'm looking for. And I don't think it will come as a surprise to anyone in this room that it's an election year, and for both us and for many of you in this room. And I don't think that there's any sense to be coy about it. As proud of this team as I am, and the work that we've been doing from opposition, we are running to be the next government in this province. And I know that every leader of the opposition will tell you that with varying degrees of confidence. And I know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. But I do like a good underdog story. And while I know we have some momentum, I also know not to take anything for granted. I intend, and we intend, to keep working like we have been, to build trust, to keep putting forth common sense solutions built with you and with input from people across our province. And I want to continue to not only say, but to demonstrate the shared values and the shared goals that we all have for this beautiful province that we are lucky enough to call home. And I also know, with elected officials in this room, that we share the same responsibilities, and that is to deliver the best solutions that we can for the people in this province who elected us to represent them, no matter where they live and no matter who they voted for. And as someone who grew up in rural Saskatchewan, someone whose parents still live in rural Saskatchewan, as do my nieces and my brothers and their families, my nephews, my cousins, I know that none of us are made stronger when we are divided against north against south, or urban against rural. Neither urban nor rural in this province can be taken for granted, and neither can be left out of the rooms where decisions are being made if we want to do what is truly best for our province. I know that we are stronger together. And whether that's at the federal level or the provincial level, solutions won't be found in Twitter battles or by pointing fingers or in small rooms without consultation, whether that be in Ottawa or in Regina. And I think too often, when governments have been in power for a long time, they can forget this, but they also can forget who it is that they serve. They can become, some might even say, tired and out of touch. It's not just me who's saying that. I'm hearing that more and more. People want leaders who understand the importance of standing up for your community, but who can also work together as elected representatives at all levels for the good of everyone. It's a conversation I already had today on the way in. And we know the importance of understanding your community, being connected to the hopes and the challenges of the communities that we all serve. And while I know that is rarely a problem, being disconnected or out of touch at the local level, because I think you'd probably hear about it at the rink or on Coffee Row far before you got too out of touch. It can be a problem with higher levels of government. The longer that they've been in power, the more they can start to take those who elected them for granted, or start to look at the short-sighted self-interest ahead of the interests of the people that they serve. And the more likely it is that they will lose touch with the realities and the challenges facing those that they represent, unless you actively work against it. Now, many of you in this room will know that my dad served as counselor for SARM, the RM of Scott, 98 for 30 years. And he knew, as you know, that if you want to have your finger on the pulse of what's going on in Saskatchewan, there's no better place than in this room. And I think I might have even told you this story before, but when I moved to the city, after he was elected, he was really insistent that I would come here and have lunch whenever I could, because he was worried I'd get too cityfied if I didn't come and rub elbows here. I hope that's not happened, but I do know that I also value the wisdom that's in this room. I also learned that people in this room can be pretty direct, something that I've also very much appreciated, maybe even a little bit more when it comes to the bear pit as the leader of the opposition. But that being able to listen to criticism, being accountable, and being willing to take advice from people most impacted by the decisions that you're making is crucial to having the best government, the best governance that we can. And some of this is simple. The biggest part of this role, in some ways, is simply showing up, being willing to listen, being willing to work collaboratively towards solutions that we all want. That is how I approach this work. That is how this team approaches this work. I know later on at convention you're going to have a workshop entitled Transparency, Trust, and Leadership. I want to focus on trust. One of the only shortcuts that I know to trust, to building trust, is by saying the same thing in every room. This is a small province. If you don't do that, it's going to come back to you pretty quickly. I also have the chance to speak for myself, for ourselves here today. Let me be clear about this. I absolutely stand against Ottawa's carbon tax. I've made that clear here in the legislature, in Ottawa. Yes, I have picked up the phone. I also made it clear in the leadership when I ran to be the leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. I have never had a problem standing up for what I believe in or for what is right. In fact, I think it's my inability to keep my mouth shut that probably got me into politics in the first place. And I've also always been very proud of this province and to stand up for Saskatchewan, to speak out against policies that hurt this province, no matter who is in power. And that part is important. That's why we, as the Saskatchewan NDP, were the first to put forth the motion in the legislature opposing the federal carbon tax carve-out for those provinces using heating oil while leaving the tax on the rest of us who use natural gas and other fuels like propane. For me, this was a matter of straight-up fairness. And, not but, and, I will also stand up against decisions made by the provincial government that make life more expensive for people here at home. We all need to be ensuring that we're doing all that we can to promote and sustain communities and industries that are the lifeblood of this province, and that includes listening to them. We must work together to attract investment, to invest in infrastructure, and the people and services that will ensure that the potential that we see in every corner of this province is realized. And we must all create the conditions for innovation and the creative problem solving that has served us so well in this province in the past and will continue to serve us well into the future. But it's also important that we have the facts in front of us. That this is the only government provincially that has shrunk the economy before, after, and during and after the pandemic, has balanced only one budget in the last 9 years. A public debt over $30 billion and growing. And since becoming Premier, Premier Moe has the worst job creation record in Canada. Leaders at all levels are responsible not only for our words or our promises or even our intentions, but we are responsible for results. And while I can back up everything that I just said, it brings me no joy to list those statistics. I know that you in this room and you in your community can answer these questions best. Are you better off than you were in 2018? Are families having an easier time paying their bills? Has our healthcare system gotten better? I know that many of you in this room, maybe some of you in this room, work in healthcare or who have family members who work in healthcare. Are they better supported? Is it easier for people in your community to access a family doctor or a nurse practitioner or an ambulance? Has our education system improved? And I know many of you also have teachers in your family. Are you more confident in your kids' ability to build a life and raise a family here at home? If you answered no to any of these questions, you are not alone. For people in this province to do well, we need an economy that's doing well. And for our economy to do well, we must be willing to fight, but also, and this is important, we must also be willing to build. And sometimes the work of building and finding solutions can be harder than picking the fight. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that there's a magic bullet to any of this, or that these problems don't exist elsewhere, or that I can wave my hand and make it all go away. I can't. But I can tell you this. I know that the best decisions are made locally, they're made cooperatively, and they are made with the people who are most impacted and have the firsthand knowledge. I also know that that's true in every single sector and in every single community in this province. And I can guarantee, and I hope we have the opportunity to demonstrate, that this is a team that's committed to doing that work, reaching out and making those connections, getting back to basics, and getting the basics right. In this province right now, that means lowering costs, healthcare, where and when you need it, and making the investments to ensure we have real connectivity here in the province. Something that I know that SARM and SUMA have been lobbying for and working on with industry, with all levels of government, of all political stripes for years. The type of work that's gone into that is to be commended and cannot be ignored, because in 2024, connectivity is not a luxury, it is a necessity in every corner of our province. Much like rural electrification of eras past. And we've been promoting some of those solutions built with you to make life more affordable, to improve the economy, to provide relief today. Something like removing the PST from gas and from diesel. Looking at seeding, something that would be very impactful, I know, for you and for your communities, and something that could happen today, removing 15 cents a liter from those fuels. And we will continue to focus on these common sense solutions in healthcare put forth by your communities and healthcare professionals. Like the Grow Your Own with nurse practitioners, something we heard here last convention, and the things that Trent has been promoting. And I hope you see yourselves in these solutions because they have been built with you and conversations with you. Looking for fairness and a solid backstop for livestock producers with provincial and federal contributions to livestock price insurance. We've seen many producers in this province hit so hard by drought and unable to secure feed or water for their cattle. Now, I know we've had some snow this year, and I was happy to hear by Fox Valley, about 10 inches, but we need more. Trent's been talking about action to ensure meat pricing fairness and to address the anti-competitive behaviors we've seen from out-of-province meat packers. And we also know that we have a long history in this province of producers as environmental stewards. And while producers are stuck with the carbon tax at this point, that doesn't make sense that we don't support or compensate producers for the way that they sequester carbon, be it in zero-till or in their role as stewards of natural grasslands or wetlands. And the list goes on. Now, I don't mean to bring the mood down, because I do believe that if we have a willingness to work together, if we have a willingness to see the potential that is clearly all around us, and this is where I do agree with the Premier, we do have what the world needs. And we also have the work ethic and the creativity and the stick-to-itiveness to get it done here. Our brighter days can be ahead of us, and they will. But sometimes I think we can lose sight of that, and it's when we see our beautiful province through the eyes of those who haven't had the chance to see its beauty that we can truly see how blessed we are. I want to leave you with one story, and I think I'm a little over time, so I'm going to try to go quick. And I love this story because I think it sums up how special this province is and how lucky we are. Many of you will know that my dad has been an outfitter for about 25 years, and he mostly guides American hunters. And it is always a wonder to see Saskatchewan through their eyes. They usually remark on the skies. This is south of here. They also remark on how kind, how welcoming, how honest the people are here. But this is a story about one of his hunters who unfortunately passed away. And one of his last wishes was to have his ashes spread here a little bit in Saskatchewan. And his wife's a bit of a character. And when they came up with the family, they asked for some time and some space to go spread his ashes. My dad could overhear her saying, "You know what, you son of a bitch, you always have to have the last word. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen." I agree with her. Our brighter days are still ahead of us if we learn to be honest with each other, to build that trust, and to work together towards the solutions we all seek for today and for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And I hope you've taken an opportunity here to download the Convention app for Apple and Android. You can check out the app in the Apple Store, and that social media challenge, the SARM challenge, is brought to you by EcoPest. So a big thank you to them. Okay, let's get welcome our good friend here from the SARM board, Larry Grant, for our next presenter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jeremy Patzer is the current Member of Parliament for Cypress Hills Grassland. He was first elected in October of 2019 and re-elected in September of 2021. Together with his wife Kyla and their 3 children, they call Swift Current home. Jeremy was born and raised on a grain farm in Frontier, Saskatchewan. It was there that he learned the importance of individual responsibility, hard work, and living within one's means. Jeremy went to work in the telecommunications industry for 10 years in business and residential settings for both rural and urban areas. He remains passionate about getting the next generation involved in politics and helping to create a prosperous Canada that will best set his children and their generation up for success. Jeremy is currently a member of the Natural Resources Committee, where they recently debated the government's net zero emissions bill and has been studying the impacts of the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act as it relates to energy development. Outside of politics, Jeremy can be found spending time with his family, being active outdoors, golfing, camping, and playing hockey in the winter. He has served as a board member for minor hockey, coach of baseball and hockey, and a referee in the basketball at the high school level and in the men's leagues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Jeremy Patzer.
Thank you very much, Larry. Appreciate the introduction. There's nothing quite like Saskatchewan where one night you're playing hockey or coaching hockey against somebody, and then you show up the next day at a convention hall like this and you have a chance to connect with them. I was lucky enough to coach a U13 boys team this year, and I know there's a few folks from the Flesh area. They were in Swift Current last night for Game 2 of our playoff series. I do have to say that they got the best of us once again, and they're off to the finals to play Gravelbourg in the U13 South Saskatchewan Hockey League Championship. So best of luck to both teams there. Yeah, it's an honor to be here, and you know, there's several other familiar faces in the crowd. I've ran into quite a few mayors in the Southwest and quite a few people on, obviously on RM Council, so it's great to be able to connect with people here. You know, as the MP for Southwestern Saskatchewan, I always try my best at the federal level to represent our needs, our values, and our way of life, which we have in common with people and places all across this province, as evidenced by the great number of you who are here today. Now, I'm honored to be a part of a great team of Saskatchewan MPs. There are 14 Conservative MPs who are elected in every single riding in this province. It's been really good to have all of us work together in the same room every week. And in fact, our Saskatchewan caucus chair, Kevin Waugh, I believe he is here with us today. He's the MP for Saskatoon-Grasswood. There he is over there, standing up. Give him a wave. There he is. So I know a lot of my other colleagues are hoping to be here today as well, but they are tied up in a few other meetings. I know there's some committee meetings that got last-minute notices that they were going to be sitting this week, so there's a few colleagues who are out in Ottawa this week holding the government to account on a great many issues. So yeah, we've been able to maintain a united front while doing the best we can to represent our province at the national level. And with a lot of what we're seeing happening in Ottawa, it's clear that we are the only party who is truly on Saskatchewan's side. I might get to say more about all that in a minute, but I also first want to point out that Ray Orb and the SARM team, when they come to Ottawa on your behalf, they do a great job of speaking to the main issues. It'd be helpful if more groups that meet with the government were willing to be as blunt and honest with them as Ray is about how misguided some of the government policies and regulations are. It never ceases to amaze me how many times you'll read a departmental briefing that warns the government about what they're about to do and what will happen and who will negatively impact. But the response from the government is just, meh, we're going to do it anyway. So it's nice to see groups like SARM come and at least say to those folks what needs to be said. SARM lives up to their description as the voice for rural Saskatchewan. On behalf of the communities you serve, one of the key priorities is promoting rural broadband and to close the digital divide. That was something that Ray and I have talked about a great number of times over the years, and that's something that you know, it was suggested that I would maybe focus on in my remarks to you here today. It's something that we have to keep talking about, and it's something that we need to keep bringing up over and over again until it finally gets done for the people living in small towns or out in the country. You guys are the ones who need the most help with getting fully connected to reliable internet that works. And that should be the measure of success, nothing else. It's one thing for the federal government to make announcements about how much money they want to spend on broadband, but the bigger thing, it's not how much you spend or how grand the announcements can be, but what it is what are you actually going to truly accomplish, and what are you actually going to be able to get done? I know there's several people in this room here today I've talked about for a number of years about how to apply for funding, how to get projects started and get them going, and we're slowly starting to finally see that happen, but it's taken far too long to get that done. There's too many gatekeepers in the way. I also think it's important to note at the outset that if the federal government decides to spend tax dollars on something like broadband, The priority should be given to rural and remote areas where it's harder to get service to. The big telcos can get a return on investment in the big centers, and the taxpayers shouldn't be subsidizing their profits. Instead, the focus should be on directly benefiting the taxpayer and our fellow citizens in a way that will help our whole country to get ahead and bring more prosperity. Improving rural broadband would be a huge step forward, not only for people who already live there, but for building a future when others who may want to move to those places to help them to grow. Life is getting more expensive everywhere, but there are lots of homes that are for sale and affordable still in our great rural communities. For the federal government to ease some of the housing and employment crunches in the country, there could and should be more of a focus on our rural communities. We have a great opportunity to give people a place to call home and to enjoy our way of life. In rural Canada, we are blessed with having an abundance of resources, which already fuels most of our economic activity as a nation. But there is even more potential waiting to support more industry and strengthen our communities. All it takes is to have the right support in place, which includes broadband. There's one thing that came out of the years dealing with COVID. We saw that there were certain businesses and industries that were able to move online. Some others couldn't, and I'll dare say there are quite a few who never should and never should have in the first place. But there were quite a few who did and have been able to be quite successful with it. Unfortunately, some of that online market was missed, or still is getting missed, by our local businesses due to a lack of a connection or even just a quality connection. And if we want to overcome this challenge, we have to consider what is really needed compared to whatever goal has been set federally. The target speed for all communities by next year was supposed to be 50 megabits of download speed and 10 megabits upload for all households in Canada. This is a goal which your organization shares, and of course we can all get behind it. For sure that'd be an improvement with better internet, but we should remember to look at it as the minimum. Where most people get stuck isn't necessarily on the download side, although you definitely need 10 megabits if you want to be able to watch a high quality streaming service at your home. Where people run into trouble, and this is where the business side of using the internet quite often gets tricky, is actually on the upload side. If you have the security cameras on your property, for example, if you use the internet for grain bin monitoring or water level monitoring, you need adequate upload speeds. Google Nest, for example, which is a very popular product, requires 4 megabits of upload speed to get videos onto the cloud. Now that's an example of how there are different things to consider with many broadband projects. Now, if I can make one recommendation to you guys, when your RM or any of your ratepayers are talking about applying for funding or meeting with any of the telcos, be sure to ask that the service provided will be able to run a business level of service and to be stable. The deployment of fiber optic around the province is helping to ensure this, but it is important with the last mile deployment that you get absolute certainty and clarity before purchasing. Wording like speeds up to or peak times should set off red flags. As many of you already know, it can be misleading. When I worked at SaskTel for 10 years, one of the things that I noticed in the early going of rural broadband deployment was that many of the rural communities were being sold packages that contained that type of language without people actually reading to see what it was saying. It caused a lot of confusion and a lot of unnecessary service calls. And I've heard the exact same complaint from colleagues all across the country with their service providers as well. It was also causing some grief for businesses who are trying to save on costs by buying a regular or residential level of service and finding that their debit machines, their tills, their customer Wi-Fi and other online surfaces were barely working or not working at all. Because there was too much demand on their available bandwidth, which was only good for up to a certain speed. Now, thankfully, there is a Conservative bill moving through Parliament right now that wants to require better transparency from service providers to make sure that you guys as the consumers actually get the certainty and clarity that you are looking for when you go through the process of selecting a provider. Despite all other challenges, the deployment of Starlink has actually been a breakthrough for quite a few rural communities for our farmers and ranchers. The gear does run a household about $600 on the initial purchase, but when you consider that the average cost per home connected through federal grant programming runs upwards and in excess of $2,500 per home, that cost all of a sudden becomes much more serviceable. This has been an especially big advancement and boost for the business community, including farmers and ranchers, as there's so much more available to you online in these recent days. Everything from being able to bid on and sell livestock and machinery online, to having digital controls that allow you to monitor your bins and make sure the quality of your harvest is being preserved, even while you're on vacation out on a warm beach somewhere. When you walk around any ag trade show, there's a great number of digital and online vendors offering products and services over the internet to you on your farm or ranch, or to your municipal government. There's also the potential for greater automation in agriculture and municipal services. With farming, there's a lot of discussion about how this might improve efficiency, increase output, and help us to take better care of the land. Having access to steady, reliable networks is going to be the key to unlock this. It can't happen otherwise. I also do know that there are some of you in the crowd who'd be just fine if that never happened because you quite like things the way they are or the way that things were. And that's fine too, because at the end of the day, it should be up to you to choose how you want to run your operation and what you want to do. But I think the main thing is making sure that you have the choice and that there isn't a limit on the options that are available to you just simply because you live at a rural land location and not a street address. Besides that, there are other concerns about the delicate balance of convenience versus protecting good jobs for people. How much automation is too much? Now, but that's a question that we'll have to broach on another day because I could spend another 15 minutes talking just on that one alone. The point for today, though, is that there are many exciting things on the way for agriculture and industry, but they depend on internet access. And if we don't have a strong enough connection, we'll be missing these opportunities, which would be a shame because rural Canada is our competitive advantage. I think there's a lot of opportunity for the next great batch of entrepreneurs to come from rural Saskatchewan and Canada. Canada was founded and then flourished on the strength of its rural communities and its people. Sadly, the federal government has taken a turn away from this legacy and even works against it in practice. In our current generation, where urban centralization is one of the biggest threats to our rural way of life and communities, creating opportunities for people in rural areas through enhanced broadband access is vital. Let's take a look at communities, for example, that are at risk just because of Justin Trudeau's plan for a net zero and what it is supposed to be a just transition. If these communities will have to give up their main industry in coal mining and power production or in oil and gas extraction and refining, then we should still be asking what exactly is being done to help set them up for success in the future. I think of the many great small towns across our province who are in the crosshairs of C-50, the net zero bill. Macklin, Cabrey, Kerrobert, Carlisle, Edam, and many more. There's so many great communities that will be directly impacted by this. No, I'm not trying to come up here and tell you that broadband and internet is going to be the one thing that's going to save all those people who are going to lose their jobs if this goes through. But at the very least, it provides one more tool for these communities to try growing their local economies and get ahead of a major setback. If they could start yesterday or today, maybe it would give them more time to attract a new batch of creative minds or people who can work in the digital world. There would at least be another way for these towns to survive if they have a chance to offer more amenities to any professional who might want to live there and raise a family. Trying to help with these solutions requires commitment, respect, and willingness to listen to people. I know some communities in my riding have been giving their feedback and working hard to prepare for the worst, but they haven't found a listening ear in the federal government. As discouraging as it may be, I know that we can't give up. There are too many people counting on us as leaders in politics or in business to keep fighting for them. If we keep up our efforts, it can make all the difference. Right now, the reality is that a majority of the people in our country live in big cities. That's what makes it too easy for those who work in politics and government to give so much attention to the needs and priorities of those places. And up until a certain point, that is a little bit understandable. But the problem is when people make policy decisions while being out of touch. That's the sort of attitude and mindset that doesn't just underestimate rural Canada, but neglects it and puts it at a disadvantage. It can get so bad that it starts to bring everybody down, which I think is partly what we're seeing with our economy today. In Ottawa, I've heard government officials either not have a clear definition of what rural is, or the definition is so broad that it could basically include a city up to the size of Edmonton. It's a way different idea than what SARM advocates, where rural should mean 5,000 people or less, at least when we're looking at Saskatchewan. I've also heard a federal minister seem to think that people can transition into jobs here in Regina or Saskatoon rather than in their communities, which nothing against Regina and Saskatoon, they're lovely cities. I've lived in Saskatoon for a few years myself. But the problem is that if these jobs are hours away, it's the communities where people are out in the rural areas. They will cease to exist. We've seen that already happen in the past. When we're dealing with people who really don't understand what a rural lifestyle is like or how things work, it can be difficult to say the least. And as frustrating as it can be, there are some signs of hope on the horizon. Canadians are starting to realize that we should get back to the basics and that there's a great need to restore common sense. Well, there's plenty of common sense in rural Canada, and that's one of the reasons I often talk about our needs and our values when I'm in Ottawa. Whether it's this issue on broadband or any other issue, there are people who get it and will keep working on these issues. Once again, I'd like to thank all those who helped to organize this great convention. Thank you to everyone for being here today. I hope we can all continue to work together on the issues that matter the most to you and to your communities and the areas that you represent. And if there's anything that I can do, please let me know. me and my 14 colleagues, and also we got great senators here in Saskatchewan that are truly working on behalf of our province. So if you have an opportunity to reach out to any one of us, we would all love your feedback on this issue or any other issue. So thank you very much for your time. Look forward to chatting with you all after. On your time?
Yep, right on.
You still have a minute to go yet. Did you want to say anything? Or? No, I'm kidding. Jeremy Patzer, thank you so much for speaking to us this afternoon. We're going to continue to move through the agenda. Just want to make mention of the Stars 50/50. If you haven't had your opportunity yet, make sure you grab your Stars 50/50 tickets, and that draw coming up on Friday. Next up, we've got Lori Mathewson. Now, Lori is the owner and founder of Mathewson and Company. Lori and her team help small communities support the workforce that creates wealth for the entire province. They specialize in rural communities' needs, determined by your leadership and the people that live there. They assist in council training, asset management, strategic planning, community engagement, and project management, grant writing, and more. Lori, please come to the stage. Thank you.
Howdy. Hello. There's a lot more people here than there was the last time I was here. Is there anybody I know? Where have you gone, Jack? Oh, yay! There you go. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank SARM, Laurel, Amy, for helping me get my stuff together to get out here. And I wanted to do that first because you people make me very nervous and I may have forgotten something as we go. If you would indulge me, how many of you here are currently on council? Raise a hand. Yes? Don't ignore me. I see you on your phone. Raise your hand up if you're on council. Thank you. Please put your hand down if you're going to be on council in the next 5 years. Ooh. What about the next 10? How's 20 looking? All right, so it's safe to say that in the very near future, 20 years goes fast. I was a redhead once. 20 years goes fast. And it's safe to say the people who are going to be running your RMs in the next 20 years are going to be very, very different than the people who are running them now. So now is as good a time as any to tackle the elephants in the room. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the expression, as defined by Oxford, an elephant in the room is a major problem or controversial issue. It's obviously present. Everybody knows it's there. Nobody wants to talk about it because it's far more comfortable to ignore it than it is to deal with it. So today we're going to talk about the elephants in the chamber. And I want you to know that I do acknowledge it's not the only elephants you deal with. You deal with ratepayers, funders, I get that. But being in the chamber is your first and the first level of something you can control, that you can deal with directly. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Okay, I've got to use my notes because, like I said, you guys make me nervous. Now, I understand and recognize that most of the counselors that we work with, they care deeply about their communities. This is a thankless job with many, many, many complaints and stressors and people coming for them. They donate far more hours than they would ever be compensated for as a rule. Correct me if I'm wrong. Most are concerned with development, sustainability, doing the right thing. And I believe The highest percentage of people on council are very aware of their decisions and deeply appreciate their staff. So what I'm about to say next, if it doesn't apply to you, don't own it. Don't put it on you. If it does, let's deal with it. So we're going to talk about the elephants in the chamber, the problems they cause, why we can't ignore them, and some of the ways we can address the mess they make. Let's talk about the coffee row elephant. Also known as the gossip. Nothing gets information that should have stayed in council out quicker. They make sure everyone at the table knows what was said, who said it, when it was said by, and how everyone voted. They show no difference between in camera, out of camera, private, not private. Sometimes they're texting their friends from the meeting, right? You can't get that stuff out there fast enough. So why don't we just ignore them? Any thoughts? Oh, the time it takes to get rid of the bad information. What a pain to have to undo and get rid of the information that's out there that isn't right. Add a little social media to the mix, and you got a fire, right? And it is never the good news that gets around. Never, never. It's always the bad news, and ideally embellishments help the thing along, right? Now, most councillors know and understand that they have a duty of loyalty. And that means if you don't agree with a decision that's being discussed, at the table is when you throw down. In the chambers. You walk out of that chamber room, council made that decision. It's not divide and conquer. The problem that causes is when there is a divide and conquer kind of mentality going on. To us ratepayers, to us that just live in a community, we just think y'all don't know what you're doing. We don't know the background on the stuff. It just makes you all look funny. And not the professionals that you are, right? So we're going to get to how to deal with some of this stuff, but in the meantime, let's talk about the bully. Whoops, sorry, I went the wrong way. Can I go backwards? I can, yay. Okay, so the bully can be male or female, or any of the others. They point, they yell, they slam their hands on the table, they pitch their pens across the room, they storm out. They know all of George Carlin's dirty words and they add a few special for the occasion. They ridicule, they strut. They make up in enthusiasm what they lack in social skill. And they get their way because nobody wants to take them on. Nothing gets decided because they won't leave an issue alone. If it doesn't go their way, it comes back to the council table again, then again, then again, then again, so it can be duked out even further. They ignore the rules. They make fun of the other councillors that follow the rules because they haven't caught on to the fact yet that they are government. They are the first and most important level of government. No offense intended for anyone at a higher level of government. And they're out of their lane. They don't understand that the only authority they actually have is at the table through policy, bylaw, resolution. And they're impossible to ignore, absolutely impossible. But allowing it to go on like that silences the voice of everyone else at the table and makes an election kind of a waste of time. If you're not hearing from everyone evenly around the table, why are you there? Now I'm talking extremes. I'm talking extremes. There's a scale, you know, and everybody has their moments, you know. Now we're going to talk about the skeptic. The skeptic needs proof of absolutely everything, usually from the administrator, and then when the administrator provides the proof, they don't believe that either. They want proof, and basically what they want is proof that you're right and they're not, or other way, sorry. They're annoying more than dangerous, except for they're usually partnered with another elephant. They usually pair up. Yeah. Next we have the unaccountable, plural, because it takes more than one. They generally meet before the meeting. They use a lot of WhatsApp, private pages, lunch before the meeting, supper before the meeting. There's nothing wrong with any of those things to smooth operations out. It's when it's used specifically to get around any annoying ratepayers or other councillors that may not agree with you, right? It's to get, when you use it for that reason, it's problematic. Ignoring them means your council's broken, because to be transparent becomes impossible. You're deciding things before discussions. You're deciding how things are going to work before it ever goes to the table. And it's not fair to the people who voted you in, right? So there's that. And the negative Nancys can be male or female. They never met an idea they didn't despise. Doesn't matter what you brought to the table, we did it better 30 years ago with 1/10 of the budget and 1 grader operator. Doesn't matter what you bring to the table, they're against it. They hate everything. They don't see why you need more staff. They oppose fair wages, usually human rights, or anything that looks like work-life balance. Because after all, nobody gave them a break, and they're right. They're some of the hardest working people I've ever met. But they're kind of bitter a little bit. So they don't want to move off of that. It's a small, sneaky elephant, but it can really play havoc with your hired staff, particularly your CAO. And then we have the Maverick. I love the name Maverick. It sounds kind of edgy and gypsy and all that, but it's basically a nice word for a giant pain in the tuchus, right? They don't understand, realize, or care that their job, the reason that they are on council, is to provide a voice to the greater good of what's going on. They don't get that, so they run for council based on something that probably one of you other councillors did that made them mad, and they're going to change it. So they're going to come on board, they're going to ignore anything that looks like legislation, rules, good history, any of it, and they're going to push their thing, and they're going to push their thing. Maverick and bully elephant are often a crossbreed, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. And they tend to travel in that particular pack, right? They cause problems for everybody. You know, they do things like promise things to ratepayers that you cannot do. They do things like say, well, I promised that on election, so that's what we have to do now, irregardless of the laws that govern them, right? And finally, there is the confused. Their orientation consisted of, it's an easy gig. You come to a meeting once or twice a month. And then they show up and they realize that all the things they thought they could do, they can't do those things. Legislation, what is that? They think they're on the rink board. They don't know that you can't do the things that you set out to do without following the legislation, you see? And they don't know their role, so they often abstain from voting, because rather than make a mistake, they don't lean on either side. And that gets upsetting, gets into the way of things, because the whole purpose for a council's existence is to make a decision. Learn what you got to learn, follow the legislation, make a decision. If you have someone on board who is not making a decision, get them to get the donuts, because they're not doing anything else. And they don't know why people are mad at them. So there are solutions, though, and before you hang me, just hear me out. It starts with training. RMs have never had more responsibility in their lives than they do right now. In 20 years, you're going to have a completely different landscape. We already know this. It starts with training, because you're going to want to have a legacy that's hand-downable. You're going to want to have your policies done. I am amazed at how many, when under the legislation, your only authority is in the policies you have. And in the last 10 years, I've still seen policies that read, pregnant women can't have sick days. If your policies are more than 5 years old, look at them. If they're more than 10 years old, burn them and start over. You're too far behind. But it's the only way you have authority is on those policies. So if you ever find yourself in any kind of trouble, they're going back to the last policy you had. And I hope it isn't, if you're pregnant, you can't have sick days. All right? And especially, think about succession planning. One of the things I've heard more often than anywhere since I got here is if we make our counselors take training, we're not going to have a counselor. I've heard it time and time and time again. So many times in the last day, that probably more in the last year, if we make them do it. So to me, it's not a matter of making anybody do anything. It's a matter of introducing legislation, policy, and making sure that it's set for succession. So all the things that you've done coming up to this point aren't a total waste. Who will take your place in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years? Someone's gonna. RMs have never been more important. The majority of revenue that feeds us, I don't know, I've never seen a pump jack in Winnipeg, Regina, Saskatoon. And all the resources come from our RMs. And it feeds the rest of us. It's never been more important. It is the first most important level of government that does not have any kind of training, isn't required, but has the most impact when it goes sideways. So it starts with training. Community engagement. Our world is changing. We have to make sure our successors are able to carry the load, not just the load you carry now, but all the new expectations that are coming in. There's the artificial intelligence stuff that's going to make it hard to really do a whole ton of screening. There's all the digital, all the tech, all of that stuff they're going to have to be on top of. So they can't just drop it. Like, we can't just drop a ball. We got to look at succession training. Who do you talk to that's coming after you? Orientation needs to include a clear understanding of the legislation and what governs the municipalities. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I sure have. People are grumpy. They are. They're mean. They want to fight about stuff, and they want to sue people. I don't know what the heck happened, but I don't see it changing anytime soon. So we need to have orientation that makes sense, not just show up on Thursday, you know? And finally, it's about accountability. Policy and procedure you can hand down. A structure so your hard work doesn't get lost in the next election 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. This work is important. Your work is important, and you're the only ones who can do it. Questions? This was supposed to take half an hour. I just went right through that, didn't I? That last 30 years went fast. I was playing in a band then. All right, well, I'm going to leave you to your, I'm going to leave you to the rest of your conference. Thank you again for having me. Thanks.
Thank you, Lori, for that presentation. It was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. Just a couple of things to remind you about. We do have a break coming up here shortly. We do have one more presentation, and then we're going to get to the break. Just a reminder about some of the fun things that you can do after the convention for today. There is a tour of the RCMP later on this evening. I fell for that trick one time. It was in the cells. Tomorrow, a private tour of Rebellion will be taking place for those who pre-registered, and to keep your eyes out for those events before the before midterm and convention. Alrighty, let's welcome Amy Gibson. Now, Amy practices in the firm's Labor and Employment Practice Group. She represents and provides guidance to provincially and federally regulated employers on a variety of labor and employment matters. She provides employers with strategic advice and representation regarding union certification drives, collective bargaining, collective agreement interpretation, labor disputes, workplace policies, and more. She is also acting as chief negotiator in collective bargaining. Please welcome Amy Gibson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me today. So I have the exciting topic of telling you all about recent legislative changes in Saskatchewan, where we have a new requirement that all employers are required to have a violence policy and prevention plan in place by May 17th of this year. So the Saskatchewan government introduced an act to amend the Saskatchewan Employment Act back in November of 2022. That act came into force into May 17th of 2023, and it introduced new requirements to address violence in the workplace. For the purpose of this presentation, we want to highlight the following changes. First is violence prevention. So the Amendment Act introduces a general duty on employers and supervisors to ensure, insofar as reasonably practicable, that workers are not exposed to violence in the workplace. The Amendment Act also introduces the requirement that employees refrain from causing or participating in violence in the workplace. The next important point to keep in mind is workplace investigations. The Amendment Act places obligations on employers to conduct investigations into any incident of workplace harassment or violence in the place of employment. And that particular requirement with respect to violence, again, comes into force on May 17th of this year. It is likely to increase the workload of your managers and administrators and any other HR personnel that you have within your municipality. Next, we have the workplace violence policies themselves. So prior to recent amendments, certain employers were required to have a violence policy and prevention plan in place. These employers were listed in the Occupational Health and Safety Regulations and included, among others, those who provide services to healthcare facilities, pharmaceutical dispensers, police services, and those kinds of places. Workplaces that also had situations with violent occurrences were required to implement a workplace plan and procedure. Now, and I'll say this again several more times within this presentation, all employers have to have a violence policy and prevention plan in place by May 17th of this year. Now, before we get into the requirements of violence policies, it's important to understand the definition of violence and how it can transcend in your workplace. The legislated definition can be found in the Occupational Health and Safety Regulations, and it includes attempts, threats, and actual conduct that does cause injury or is likely to cause injury. It includes statements and behavior that gives workers reasonable cause to believe that they are at risk of injury. What is considered reasonable will be dependent upon the circumstances. But considering the serious nature of the issues that are being dealt with, the benefit of the doubt is often given to the employee, triggering the obligation on an employer to take at least some steps in addressing the matter. Now, the Amendment Act requires employers to have their workplace violence policy and prevention plan in place, updated in compliance with the legislation by May 17th. Now, please note that employers are required to develop their policy in consultation with your Occupational Health and Safety Committee or your Occupational Health and Safety rep, or if neither of those are in place, in consultation with your workers. You will need to consult with your appropriate occupational health and safety representative to meet your statutory requirements before your policy can be implemented. Now, the written policy and plan includes a number of specific requirements. The first is an express commitment to minimize or eliminate the risk of violence in the workplace. Next is identification of work sites where there is a risk that a violent situation may occur. Now, this is very organization specific, and it will be different for each workplace and potentially each of your work sites. You then have to identify any staff positions that are at risk of being exposed to a violent situation. These, again, are very specific to your organization's structure and operations. Fourth is the procedure that you will use to inform your workers of the nature and extent of the risk from violence. Your policy must also include all of the actions you as an employer will take to minimize or eliminate risk in your specific organizations. So what emergency procedures do you already have in place, and what protocols are required to be followed? You'll also have to have a violent incident reporting procedure. Who within your municipality is going to receive these complaints? Who is an alternate in the event that that person isn't available, or perhaps if that person is part of the accused of committing that violent act? You also have to have a documentation and investigation procedure. How are you as a municipality going to handle this internally within your organization to ensure that all complaints and concerns are addressed within a timely manner? Who will conduct your investigations? And when will you decide to retain a third-party investigator? Next, the legislation requires you to have a section in your policy where you recommend any employees who experience workplace violence to participate in post-incident counseling or consultation with a physician of their choice. It's a specific statutory requirement that an employer credit that employee's time that they take to receive those medical services as work time, meaning it must be paid. Finally, you need to have a commitment to training. This includes training for your employees on your own policies and procedures. Now, significant components of the violence policy and prevention plan will be dependent upon your specific work environment and organizational structure. And a risk assessment is required by the legislation, but it will help you to gather the information that you need about your workplace to develop your policy and prevention plan. And the risk assessment can be broken down into 5 steps. The first step is to gather information. So you begin by reflecting on the incidents from the past year. Sources of information on violent occurrences can include any incident reports, occupational health and safety records, guides, policies, and procedures, any recommendation from your police or security staff if you have those retained, information from your occupational health and safety committee and representatives, workplace surveys, as well as associated organizations such as SARM. Next, you'll want to create some snapshots. So one way to find these risks is create snapshots of those previous incidents that occurred. This involves making note of the circumstances of the incident, assessing the attributes of the workers involved, assessing the nature of the work environment, so for example, the workplace design, and assessing any administrative processes that you have in place. You'll then take the next step to expand your review. So you have your snapshots. Expand your review to include incidents from the past 10 years. As in the second step, create those snapshots of the incidents for your review. You're looking for patterns of issues. Is the frequency of incidents increasing? When and where are those incidents occurring? Which positions are impacted? Are there circumstances that are similar or repeated? And what factors are common? What practices, procedures, and policies did you have in place at the time? Do they need to be updated? Are they working? And were they used appropriately? This review should help you start thinking about the measures that you'll need to implement, what policies and procedures require updating, and where your knowledge and training is lacking amongst your employees. The fourth step is to conduct a comparison. So compare your workplaces to similar municipalities of similar sizes, RMs, and villages. You should look for statistics or historical information and search for what preventative measures and practices or precautions were put in place in those organizations to prevent violence in the workplace. Then use your results. Compile a list of the preventative measures and physical controls that need to be implemented, and this will also help you determine what training is required. Now, we work with SARM to create a structure for a policy to assist employers in creating their own violence policies and prevention plans. Now, it's important to note that this resource is not simply a template that can be implemented, but will require significant work from each RM to conduct a risk assessment specific to their operations. Each municipality will need to do its own review of the template and their workplace to determine what changes need to be made. And one can expect that larger municipalities will end up with a much more robust policy and investigation scheme, where smaller municipalities will end up with a simpler policy. The policies need to be created with a work environment and organizational structure in mind. This not only helps to more accurately assess the risk of violence at your workplace, but it is also necessary to comply with the legislation. Your policy will also need to be updated every 3 years, or anytime there is a significant incident of violence in the workplace that requires you to revise your policies and procedures. Next, we'll talk about training. You need to ensure that your workers are trained on workplace violence. This includes training on how to recognize a violent situation in the workplace, what procedures, work practices, and administrative arrangements and engineering controls that you as an organization have put in place to lessen the risk of violent situations occurring, safety practices in responding to incidents of violence, as well as how an employer should report incidents of violence in the workplace and where emergency assistance is available to them. Some of the best practice takeaways for violence training include ensuring that training is specific to your workplace culture and conditions and activities. Unfortunately, a generic violence training program pulled from the internet or borrowed from another organization without sufficiently being tailored to your own municipality likely won't meet the legislative requirements. Your training should be reviewed and re-implemented every 3 years at a minimum. An employee should receive training when they start their employment, and then again at least every 3 years, or when they start a new position within your organization that changes the chances and risk of them being exposed to a violent incident. Now, if you have any questions on the new requirements for addressing violence in the workplace, how to properly conduct your risk assessment for your municipality, or completing the draft policy for your municipality, please feel free to reach out to our team with any questions that you may have. It's much better to address any of these issues at the outset and ensure that your municipality has the required framework for addressing an incident of violence in the workplace before it happens. If you do not have a policy in place and something occurs, you'll not only have the issue of not having the policy and procedure for addressing it, but also potentially fines and improper findings from the Occupational Health and Safety Ministry. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are going to adjourn here for just a little bit for a coffee break. We've got some dainties as well. I'm told they're quite moist dainties, so that's something you might want to check out. And then we've got the dialogue sessions that'll be starting up at 3 o'clock. Now, I just want to remind you about the dialogue sessions. Session 1, Government Relations, meeting room number 1. Session 2, Environment, meeting room number 2. Session 3, Agriculture, meeting room number 3. Session 4, Rural and Remote Health and Health, that's meeting room 44. And Session 5, Highways, meeting room 6. All right. just a reminder to double check before you take off today, at the end of the day, to just double check, make sure you got one of those breakfast tickets for Friday morning. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity to win that trip to Cabo, a 1-week trip to Cabo for 2. It's a fishing trip. That's courtesy of Cortec, and that's going to be awarded on Friday morning at 8:45. So make sure you've got that. In the meantime, if you want a dainty, a coffee, a break, whatever, you can do that for the next 15 minutes, but the breakout sessions will be starting at 3 o'clock. Thank you.